Welcome to a new course on character creation. This is the third of a full series of tutorials where we are creating an entire character with all his props and groom, clothing, everything. So this is the third one, and we did already the first one that I hope you saw it already. I think if you arrived to this tutorial is because you went through the first two. That was the concept selection, and the second one where we created the face of our character. In this tutorial, we will keep going with the same concept that we use in the previous courses, that from Julia Miss Jewel. She's an amazing concept artist, and we selected this concept because we think it's really appealing. And we're creating this entire character. In this course, we'll focus in particular on the body of our character. And for this, we will start from inside the character, and we will start studying a bit of human anatomy. And from that, we will start from creating the entire skeleton and the muscles first to start to study anatomy itself, and then we will move to create the character. So I divided this course in a few sections. The course has a total of 21 chapters, but I wanted to divide these in 4 different sections because I think they are really, really important. It will be really different from each other. So the first section of this course will be where we will start we will study human anatomy, and we will focus this part of the course on creating a skeleton and all the muscles or the main muscles of the body, everything from scratch. Difference with other tutorials is that we won't be only studying everything from the plates. We will create everything in ZBrush. So in this way, you will learn how every bone and every muscle is created and what is their shape in 3D, the position, and everything will make more sense in that way. Because we tend to look and study anatomy from books and plates and just plain images, and then we don't understand really how it works in 3D. And then when we jump to the 3D, there are a lot of things that really doesn't match. And I think that's why we will do a process where we'll create the entire body from the inside. I want to do a few clarifications here. We will start with the first chapter that we will work on. The second chapter that we will work on the skeleton. I want to clarify a few things about this chapter. This is the most boring of all the chapters of the course. I want to warn you from now, because you will start here and you will think, oh, the entire course will be like this. No worries about it. This chapter in particular, it will be a bit tedious because we'll create every bone, and because I didn't want to waste a lot of time in this process, I'm not going to talk a lot during this chapter. I will do a mix between talking and explaining you a bit about each bone, but also really a lot of time lapse, right? But it's important to follow this chapter and to create the bones yourself, to start understanding this. The main goal of this is that to replicate what I'm doing. Not exactly, but to understand how to follow these anatomy plates that we will follow and how to create it in 3D. So this will really help you in your process of understanding anatomy. But again, I want to warn you again that it will be a boring chapter. It's slow, and there is a lot of elements that we need to create, and not a lot to talk about these elements, because I don't want to waste a lot of time on that. But just patience on this. Feel free to speed up the process. If you want to speed up the videos, feel free to it. But take a look at it and try to follow it. And if you can create the skeleton in the side with me, I think that would be amazing, and it will teach you a lot. And the third chapter, after that one, we will move to the muscles, and this will be a much more fun chapter. In this chapter, most of the videos again will be a small explanation of each muscle, and then we will do a time lapse in general, because I don't want to spend a lot of time just showing you the entire process, because it's a slow process to sculpt in ZBrush. So we will do a small introduction in each video, and the rest will be most probably all time lapse. Might be that between the time lapse I give some tips, but in general it's the introduction at the beginning and then the time lapse at the end. So again, feel free, if the time lapse is still you think that you can go a bit faster, speed up the videos, it will be okay. So for all the anatomy part, we will focus we'll focus mainly in a book from Paul Richet that is called Artistic Anatomy. What this book has is that is free of copyrights, so you are able to find this book anywhere and to download it, and that's amazing because it's such an old book that it's not that you need to buy it. If you can buy it, is great, but you can also you can get this book in a legal way, let's say, to download it from the internet. So I think this book is amazing for that, and it has a lot of really nice content. So we'll focus mainly on the plates from this book, and also we'll focus on the proportions and everything from here. I want to clarify a few small things about the book, and as I'm going to spend so much time creating the skeleton and creating the muscles, I'm not going to go so much in the proportion side of the things and explain you a lot of the book, because if you get the book, you will be able to take a look at it and get a lot of information from there. But one of the main things that I want to clarify is, if you see in this image on the left, we have our average guy that is 7.5 heads tall. And as you see, each of these that you see from here until here is one head, from here until here is one head, from here until here is one head. So basically, all this is based on measuring the human body with heads. We will see later when we create our character and everything, we will use the heads of the character to take this as proportions. But basically, with knowing this, you will be able to understand these kind of plates. And I think that's important. And then we will jump to doing the skeleton and the muscles, and we will go through all the names and some important things of each of them. So again, this entire section will be, the first section will be a bit boring, and again, I apologize for that. But the second section from the muscles will be a bit more fun. And also, there is a small comment that I want to say, that the part of the skeleton, because of the export of the recordings, there was a slight loss of resolution on the recording. So then when you reach, I think when we start doing the muscles, when we reach to the abs, I think the resolution of the screen of the video will be much better. So also have patience for that. So again, the skeleton chapter, it's a particular one, and be patient with it, please. So after that, we will move to the second section, that it will be, after we have our anatomy study done, we will jump to ZBrush and we will start creating a character from scratch. We are not going to use the model that we did in our anatomy part. We will use only that model as an crochet for reference. But in the sculpting part, we will create the entire character from scratch. So we'll start from a sphere and we'll start sculpting, getting the proportions right and adding details and stuff. This section, it will be like, even if I put it as a second section, we will come back to the sculpt within the other sections also. So we will all the time, when I create a character, I go back and forwards to a sculpt all the time. It's not that I just do the sculpt and that's it, and then I jump to the other processes. I do the sculpt, jump to something else, come back to the sculpt, and the sculpt, I keep updating it all the time. So in these will be mainly ZBrush. We will, I'm not going to teach any of the basics of ZBrush, because I assume that you have all that knowledge already. And also in our previous chapter, we got some of that. Here, I'm basing this course on the entire process of the creation. It's a long course, so I didn't want to go in details that I assume that you know already from the software. And this, what I will focus is on showing you how I approach the creation of a human body. So once we have our sculpt more or less in place, and all the proportions are more or less right, and we have our character in a good stage, we'll jump to Maya. And again, I'm not going to teach basics of Maya. I assume that you know them, but we will work retopologizing this entire character, merging it with the head that we did in our previous course, and doing the UVs and different set of UVs for different industries. So I will teach you about UVs. I will teach you a bit about UV sets and stuff like that, and we will see, and we'll have a good understanding of like how we need to create these UVs for different industries, right? So after this section, we will have the mesh ready with the UVs to jump into into our last section, that it will be the texturing one. So for the texturing one, as I mentioned before, I will, after doing the retopology, we'll go back to sculpting in ZBrush, and then we will do the texturing. But again, like the sections, I wanted to divide it in this way. For the texturing part, I'm just showing you here the reference that we will use. We will use this guy that is called Enrique, that we are going to use this same guy as reference for the sculpt, but also for the texturing. So we'll use these textures that unfortunately I cannot share with you the texture itself, but you can in this link that I share here, that most probably you will get it in the website. You will be able to download this and you can buy it. I don't remember how much it costs, but it's not super expensive. You could buy these textures directly from the website. Unfortunately, I cannot share it because I'm not allowed to. But in this course, if you want to follow exactly like this, you can purchase this. Or if you have any other texture from any other character that you want to apply, you can do it with one of them. But what is important with these kind of textures is that we have like the different views of the character, because we will use some tools from Substance, and we'll project these textures on it. This is not going to be our final texture. We will do a lot of more artistic texturing side in Substance, but this will be our base to create the textures from our character. Now that we are talking about the texturing, we will work as we did in our previous course. We did most of it in Mari. In this course, as we learn about the process of how doing it in Mari, we will jump to Substance, and we'll create all these textures in Substance using the textures from our head from the previous course, but we'll create all the textures in Substance itself, because I think it's a super powerful tool, and nowadays it's getting really useful for almost all the industries. So I think it was a good moment to do the entire process in the same software. So I think after this we are finishing with the introduction, and again, just what I mentioned before, just a bit of patience in our next chapter, the skeleton, and then after that the course will get much more fun. I guarantee you that. So, well, thank you so much for being here, and I hope you enjoy this course, and see you in our next chapter. Hello, in this short video I will explain you how to navigate in our example files folder. In this folder, what you will find is a lot of subfolders with one for each chapter that we have. If you don't see one of the folders, for example in the introduction, it means that we don't have any file related to that chapter in particular, right? So if you see here, for most of the chapters we will have files here, and in general what we will have is, for example, if we open the muscles folder, you will see that you will have an starting file and a finish file. This means that if you would take only, for example, you would take only this chapter itself without doing the previous part of the course and not doing the chapters after this one, and you only want to do this chapter, what you will have is you will have the file to start the chapter. So you will have the base. So basically the starting file will be what we finished in the previous chapter, and then you will have the file for the finish file that will be how the end result of this should be. And also this finish file for this chapter will be the starting file for the next chapter. So basically some of the files will be duplicated, because will be the finish file from one chapter will be the starting file from the other one, but no worry about it. It's like I think it will help you to organize yourself. In some cases, like for example when we start getting to more heavy files, when we start working with files that are like ZBrush files, for example, that are 3 GB or something like that, I'm not duplicating that files. For example, here I'm just putting this finish file here, for example chapter 13, but then for chapter 14 I'm not giving you a starting file, because well, I give you, in this case I give you the OBJ, but I'm not duplicating again that big file, because it's 3 GB, it's a massive file, so it will be like it will load your computer for nothing, and it will take long to load. I think this is the only file that is extremely heavy. The rest, they are not so heavy. So, but to give you an example, for example, if we go to the muscles folder and we have these files, if we go, let me open this in ZBrush, and you will have here, this is the starting file, for example, with the skeleton, and then you will have our finish file that will have all the muscles. So basically what you will do is you will be able to start the chapter with this, and then when you finish the chapter and you go through the entire classes, and you should be doing this by for example, all your muscles by yourself, you will have the finish file to compare your result with the result that you did in by yourself. So this will help you to keep moving forward in the course. And also, is for example, there is some chapter that you didn't want it to follow yourself, and you didn't do it yourself, you can take one of the starting files to keep going. So as I mentioned before, there will be some files, some chapters that will have only one file, but most of them, they will have a starting file and a finish file, right? So I think that's it. Oh, sorry. One last thing is that unfortunately I cannot share the textures from 3dsK or Texturing XYZ. So for the texturing process, I'm not able to give you the substance files, because the substance file will have all the information and we have all that files from Texturing XYZ or 3dsK. So as we are not allowed to share that, what I'm doing in the texturing part, I am giving you the obj that is with the file that you will need to start. And then, for example, in this case, after the texturing projections, to start the diffuse, you will get the projections on this guy from that they are like from textures from 3dsK and from our previous course. So for example, as you see here, you have this is the diffuse from our previous course merged in Substance. Later you will see it in the chapter itself, but basically you will have this base that has the base of the projections to start the chapter, the next chapter, that it will be the chapter 15, right? So this you will be able to use this as a starting file. Again, in the chapter 14s, I didn't put this as finished file, but you will have all the files in this chapter 15s. So last, at the end, again, for example, in this file we don't have a finished file, but then at the end you will have this chapter 20 with all the finished file, where you will have all the textures from exporting from Substance, you will have all the displacement maps, and you will have the models that in obj that you will be able to use in case you want to do the renders and everything. So I think that's it for now. I hope this was clear. In any case, like, just reach out if you have any question. But I hope you enjoy the course, and see you in the first lessons. In this lesson, we will do a simplification of the human skeleton. We are not going to model every single bone from the body. What we will do is we will start blocking out some of the areas, for example, like the rib cage, the skull, the pelvis, and like the main bones and the main proportions of the body. So then we will have that as a base to start adding the muscles and start learning like where it should muscle it connect. But again, we will take a look at the theory about like where it muscle connects in terms of the skeleton. But for this, what we want is just a base to get the proportions right and to get this exercise of placing the muscles on the body later. But then we will care only about what's seen in the outset, right? So the areas where we need to focus on is the areas where the bones will be visible. So not visible, but in the surface. So for example, here in the tibia, or like in the clavicle, for example, there are bones that will be visible on the surface, right? That you will see it from outside. So that kind of important bony landmarks we will follow, and we will do like a bit more in detail. But then the rest of the stuff, whatever we don't see, we will keep it as a blockout for now. So to start with the skeleton, we will start from the head. In our previous course, we worked on the face, so we are not going to focus on the face in this course, right? We will focus mainly on the body, and we will place the head that we use in our that we create in our previous course. But for now, we will add a blockout of the skeleton of the skull, so we have the proportions right. Especially because, as we talked before, we need to have the proportions right in terms of the head and how many heads we will use. So in our case, we will keep this in the left to use as a reference. We make sure that we press make polymesh 3D, and then we'll come here. We will maybe dynamesh this. This is a bit too high, so we will come a bit lower resolution. Dynamesh it. Okay, so sorry, a bit lower resolution. So let's come here. Dynamesh. Okay, we should be okay with that. So we come here. We will start. We'll start placing like the skull here. So as we see here, what I do is I start getting this shape, and as you see here, what I do, it's just a blockout for now. I will get, with my clay buildup, I will start removing here to get like the jaw properly. I will smooth again, I will dynamesh again to get something a bit more relaxed. It's better to work in lower resolutions at this point. And what we can do at this point is we will take this, our pref, we will zoom a bit, and to make our life easier, we'll put this here. We'll go to the settings, and then here what we can do is to get, or we could come here and reduce the opacity of this, and then we have a shortcut here that should be, sorry, if we press right click, we come here to window mode and transparent to mouse. So Control T is transparent to mouse. So what we'll do here is we'll come here, and as you see now, we can sculpt here without having the pure ref to affect us. So when we will come here, we make sure that we are here like facing to the side, and we will take this and we'll place this here. Again, I'm doing this in this case, then we will do an exercise where you create a character without a reference. But in this case, what I need to do is to get something quick, just to get that base. So we come here like this, and more or less we get this head, the proportions of the head done. So we will go back to our pure ref, press Ctrl T, and then I will move this to get the front of the skull here. So then I will press Ctrl T again and come here to our head, place the chin on the top of the head there, and then we will start getting this right. So what I will do now is I will go again to my pure ref and press Ctrl T, and then in preferences, so in settings, I will go and I will reduce a bit more the opacity. So we'll reduce the opacity to the maximum because I don't need all the white. And now I have, sorry, I will press Ctrl T again, and then we will have this head that slowly start getting the shape of the skulls. So one small trick that we will do here to get the proportions right is I will go to subtool. I will duplicate this. I will move this one to the right, and then I will sorry, I was trying to duplicate this, but as I have subdivision levels, it's not allowing me, right? So what I would do is I would delete lower, and I will, with control, I will duplicate this, and I will do it 7 times. Okay, so we are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a half. That what I will do is I would come here, sorry, to the other side, and 7.5 heads. So now as you see here, this doesn't look super nice, but at least we have some notion of, and I will sorry, there was asymmetry, so I will remove symmetry. I will come here, I will just move this around a bit, and we will have this as a reference for our proportions here. We still have this one, okay? So, but if we see now, we'll come, let's come here. If we come here and we get, let's get this guy again in a bit of like a lower opacity. And maybe we can keep it like this. We don't need all that white in our screen. So we'll come here, and if you see, oh sorry, and I need to keep this as Control T. Okay, and when we come here, we do like this. Let's try to get the proportion of the head right, and yeah, more or less. There we go. So as you see, we have 7.5 heads. This one head, as we were saying, we have this one until this point in the sternum. This one here, and we'll go through this one, like once we start placing each of the areas, each of the block out of the skeleton. But it's good to have this as a reference to start working on the proportions in the best way. Another thing we can do later is like we could duplicate this again, come here, and then we would like center this, and then we will, with shift, we'll press like this, and then we will try to push this here to see like all the proportions that we will have to check from the bottom to the top. We can do it from here up, right? So, because as we saw in the previous lessons, there is like, you need to measure like 4 heads back, 4 heads forward, and in the middle we'll have like half head and half head. So we will keep this. We can, if we want, we can take, sorry, these two, and we will merge down. Okay, and we have this as one object, and we can just have this in the side always. So considering this one, what we will do is we'll go back here, we'll create a pen, a new sphere. We'll come here, and we'll start blocking out the cage, and we'll start blocking out also the spine, right? But we will start with the cage. So what we will do here is we will take again our nice, move brush, and we will start placing these with the proportions how it should be, right? So again, I'm trying to match reference, and if we go to the side, I will hide this a bit. I will get again to our pure ref, Control T, go to pure ref, Control T, and I will push this guy a bit more here. And what we will do is we will come, again to a pure ref, Control T, again here. And then when we are here, we will place this here, and we will start placing our sphere in the right place. Again, and then we will go forward, come here again, and then get from the front view more or less these proportions. In this case, what we need to take into consideration when we turn from one brute to another one is like to turn on this again and see, for example, how now it got a bit small. This, so we need to go back, make sure that we are working on the 7.5 heads, and then if we come here, what I will do is I will take these heads and I will move them to this side. So I can go back here again, there we go. So once we have the ribcage, we will move forward to start with the column, right? And in this one, again, we are not going to model each vertebra, but yes, we will do like a base of this, and then we will mark like just a point of where each of these vertebrae are. So we have an idea later when we start placing the muscles of the back, like where everything should be. And the same we will do with the ribs after, right? To know, okay, when we need to connect one muscle to a specific rib, we will do it here. But so for now, in the next video, we will go and create the column. Now that we got our rib cage blocked out here, I will come again and append another piece. So we get a cylinder. I will go here. Sorry, I'm in the wrong subtool here. I will come here. I will hide this. Sorry, I'm not going to hide it. I will come here and I will place it here. Let's place everything in position. This is a bit too long. Okay, here. Again, this needs to be more or less, right? We don't need to be super exact because everybody's different. So we don't need to do it exactly. But what we'll do here is we will come and we will make this like this. If you see here, if I do like this in this direction, so to scale, it scales in this direction. If I press Alt and I scale in all the other directions, but not in this one. So here, what we'll do, I will come here, more or less put the thickness that we need, and I will get this until the beginning here to be sure here. So, and then what I will do is I want this to be a bit bigger. So I will come here. And again, I will come to my pure ref. Sorry, I'm not in the pure ref at the moment. There we go. Transparent to match, disable. And I will come here. And we will do this like here. So we have like the proper, we can see properly this. So we'll come again here. We'll come again. I need to press Ctrl T to make the mouse transparent. And then when we are here, we'll place again the rib cage. Here, there we go. Here, again, more or less, doesn't need to be exact. And I will get, again, with my move brush, I will dynamesh this. I'm gonna mesh it. And then again, with my move brush, I will start. Why this is doing so weird? Oh, sorry, 1 second. I was in the transpose. So I will start getting this guy, and I will hide the ribcage for now because I was not seeing anything. And then I will start placing this in more or less the right position, right? So this, as you see here, it will come like this. And I'm forgetting to activate symmetry. I will come here, then I mesh it. And then again, with my move brush, I will go back here, get this more or less in position. Here. And then just place this. What is important here is and this exercise will really help you to start understanding the skeleton and how it works and how like everything is really curved in the body, right? And this curvature of the column of the spine is really important. So this exercise, I think, to go through this on top of the skeleton itself, on top of the concept of the drawing of the skeleton, will help you to learn and to start getting used to the proportions of the body, right? So we'll come here, and then this comes here, and we will come here and start getting this more or less in position. Here we have the sacrum. We need to get right because this is important, and then we'll have the sacrum triangle here that we need to get right after. But for now, we will place just the things, just this in position. And again, later we will go a bit more in detail in every area. But now it's just a block out. Then again, we'll take these vertebrae and we will put the corner of the vertebra here. But for now, we keep it like this. We will dynamesh again. And we'll go back to our PureRef, Ctrl T again, and we will move this to the front, and Ctrl T again, okay, and we will come here. Right. So what we start seeing now is that the column is not just a tube, right? The column it has like different thicknesses. So we need to start getting that. So what we'll do is we'll start following the base of the vertebrae. Like the thicker part we are not going to think yet about the small details, but we will get this here for now. And then yes, the sacrum we'll get this. Like this, because all this is connected and we want to get this right. Then we will take later a reference from the back and we'll go more in detail in this one. But for now, I think this might do the trick. So if we come here, sorry, I will make this here again. Then I think we're good to go here. Okay, so for now, I think with this we are good. So as you see here, I will unhide this. They had our heads. Now we start getting we start slowly getting the structure of the skeleton. For the pelvis, we will start with a simplification of it. And we'll start with really simple forms. So what I would do for this is I will come to my PureRef. I will do in the PureRef, again, Control T to do it not anymore transparent to mouse. And I will come here, bring the screen here again, and let's put it in a way that we have the cage, the thoracic cage, and the pelvis like in a good proportion to make our life a bit easier. So we'll keep this here. We'll press Control T again. And then once in ZBrush again, we'll come here, place more or less in position. And what we will do is we will define this area of the pelvis like as really simple shapes at the beginning. So what we will do is we will do like square here and a torus here. So with these, we'll start to build this in 3D. So if we come back, I will delete all these drawings and let's go to the 3D here back in ZBrush to get this right. So I will come here, I will append the cube. I will select the cube, bring it back here, bring it down, and again, placing all these more or less in the right position. We'll come here and start defining this cube in this position, right? So once we have it right from the side, I will go to the front view and I will get this pretty thing, come here and start getting it in this position. That now, when we go again to our PureRef, Control T, and when we come here to the front, we put the spine in the right place. We will try to position this. We'll try to position this in a way that fit this area. Then we will start getting these details around, but by now we just want to keep it in a really, really simple way. And now what we will do is we'll get a torus here and we will get this area here. So in the box, we have the iliac crest here. That is one of the important landmarks, and the anterior superior iliac spine that is here. And here we will have this area where we will have this concavity to connect the femur to this area, right? So here is where the femur connects to the pelvis. So if we go here, we will bring something else. I will come with this torus. I'll come select it here. Bring it down. Put this again in position. And bring the torus here. Sorry for that. So we'll bring the torus here, make it smaller, and rotate it until we have it more or less in position here. So with this, we have this here, right? And then what we will do is we'll connect these two. So come here, and what we will do here is we will come to deformation, and we will look for where is this? Inflate. And we will inflate this a bit, make it smaller, and put it in this position. So what we want to do here is to connect these two, that they are like matching each other. So this doesn't need to be exact at this point, but what we want is to get this to later do a Dynamesh and get all connected. So at this point, we will now turn around, and if we go back to our pure ref, press again Ctrl T, and go back to the side view. We'll come here and we will keep adjusting this to get more or less in the right position, right? Again, this is something that then we will, let's make this a bit smaller here. And voila, we have it more or less in position here. So now what we will do is, I will come again here, Ctrl T, and I will bring this back in place. And I will come back here and merge. I want to merge these two, as you see here. So I will take this one, I will go to merge down here, and now we have both of these connected. And then the next step will be to take this one, do a mirror and weld, and we will take with symmetry, we'll come here, and with number 4 we will extrude this until this will connect with each other. So when we are here, what I will do is I will delete symmetry. I will go to my move topological, I'll move this here, connect them in a bit nicer way. So then again, when we do the Dynamesh, we will have all these connected. So once I come here, I have this like this, and I will do a mirror and weld, and then say we smooth this a bit, and then once we start getting this shape more or less right, okay, really simple by the moment, we will do a Dynamesh. This is a bit too strong, so I will go down to 32, a Dynamesh, and again, we want to work in this kind of resolution by the moment. And then we'll start sculpting. Sorry, I will go back, the Dynamesh, and now keeping our symmetry on, I will start getting this is, so I will start getting this curve that is really important from the iliac crest, and this area here, we are almost not going to see any of this in the surface, so I don't care so much. So the main thing, as I told you, will be the iliac crest with the anterior superior iliac spine, the posterior superior iliac spine, and the anterior inferior iliac spine. So these are the important points. And also, as I mentioned before, we need to do this concavity here, this concave area here, to get the head of the femur connecting there. That again is not something that we will see in the surface, but is good to get the muscles there. And also in this area here, that you don't see it here, but this area in the back is where some of the muscles of the back of the leg will connect. So this is also important to get more or less right. But again, as I told you before, we are getting this just as a block out. So we'll come here. We'll start. I will freestyle a bit here at this point. I'm not going to do it exactly with the reference for now. Go back later. But now I want to start getting these shapes in the best way possible, right? So now, as we were talking, I will start adding this space here. Okay. So in this area here where we will need to connect the femur and just moving this around a bit. And if I go here, sorry, I'll move this here. There we go. I'll zoom a bit. And Control T again. And when I come here, place it again back in position. And we'll start placing this, right? So come here, start positioning this. Again, iliac crest, anterior superior iliac spine, the anterior inferior iliac spine, as we talked before. And here, I will start getting this area connected here, this here, and again, this area here, I want to have this space to get the concavity for the femur, right? So if we see it from the front, we start getting a bit of that shape. Let's define this a bit better. And we come here and I will smooth it one time. And then I will start getting, I will come here and I will get this. I will push it inside a bit. So I want to get this nice. This is important to get this hole right. Okay. So this is more or less the shape that it should have. And again, we are not going to see any of these, so we are not going to spend a lot of time sculpting these in detail. But what we want is to get more or less this with the right shape. And then in this area here is where we are going to get that concavity. So we come here and we get this again, more or less in position. This needs to be like a pretty nice big hole here. And when we come here, now with my clay build up, I will just a bit more detail here to get this volume of the iliac crest here. And then I will take this and I will increase my resolution a bit and dynamesh it. I went a bit too far with that, so I will go here to 60 maybe, and come here. And then I think for now, if we come back here, come back here again, is more or less everything where we want it. So I think for now, we are good to go with the pelvis, and we'll keep moving with other parts of the skeleton. Now that we have the center structure of the body already blocked out, we'll start to work on the area of the shoulders first. So for that, we need to start working on the clavicle and the scapula, but because that will give us a base to start working on the arms later, right? So what we'll do now is we will start blocking out first the clavicle, and then from there that will give us the position to start working on the scapula. So for this, I will bring back again a cylinder. Select the cylinder and come here. Okay, it's a cylinder with not a flat, with a convex face. So it's even better for this. So I will come here, again pressing Alt, I will scale it in this way, and I will come and start positioning where the clavicle should be. So a few important points of the clavicle is that even if we don't see it here in this front and side view, what is important is the clavicle is not something that goes straight. The clavicle is not something that we have it like this, and it's like this, and that's it, right? Like, the clavicle needs to come, first of all, in an angle from the top, and also, apart from this angle, let me hide the cranium here. Apart from this angle, it has a curve. It's like let me write down on top. We need to get from the sternum, from where it connects, it goes like this and like this. So it has a curvature until the acromion, that is this border here, that is the area where connects the scapula with the clavicle. So in this case, what we will do is I will just delete all my drawings. Delete all my drawings here and press escape to leave my pen. And now back in ZBrush, I will come with my move brush and start with my move brush, and start positioning this more or less right like this. Right, so this is the curvature that more or less we want to get. So from here, if we get from the front view, we need to see that also it has like a small curvature to the top. So this is curved in both directions, from the top and from the side also, from the front also. So we are here. This needs to be moved more here to connect with the sternum. The sternum we have here. Later we'll detail it a bit more. But again, for now we are just doing the block out for this. And I'll come here, smooth this a bit. And we will go fast here to get just the right proportions. And when we are here, we will get, okay, now it's getting a bit easier to place everything here. So, because we had more elements. And when we are here, I will take this, and with my move brush, I will just position this, start making it thinner. Okay, and as you see here, it's more or less in position. And then when we come here to the side, we try to keep this in the same scale, and we will start pushing this until it connects again from the sternum to the scapula, and that will be the space where we will connect the humerus. So we come here, start making it thinner in this way. And if we come here, then again, we will do this more in detail, but we want to have now is this connection from here. That what we'll do is we will do this like this, and then we will do a mirror and mirror weld, and we will have here the clavicles more or less. Let's do like this to get this. We need to get, sorry, I was not with symmetry. So we come here, mirror weld, and then get this. Do this a bit thinner, because it's not so round. The clavicle is kind of a thin bone. And from here we will get this curvature here that is important for the movement of our shoulder. That we get this like this. So for now, I think we are good with the clavicle, and then we will move to the scapula that will connect from here, and we will see that in our next video. Now we will move forward to create the scapula. So the scapula is a really important bone in the back of our body that is essential to define all the muscles of the back. So it's a pretty complex bone to create, and it has like a small arm here. Let me write down here. So it has like a small arm here that comes out, and the other arm, let's say, that connects to the clavicle. So this is important to get right. And let me clear my drawings. Let's go back here to the 3D where you would see it like a bit better. And for this, what I will do is I will take again, I will import, I will append like maybe a cube again. I will come here. It doesn't matter what you append. I just like to get this. What is here? And for this, what I will do is I will bring another reference. And we'll bring here. Sorry, I need to get this again, not transparent to mouse. And I will bring here one of the plates from the back here. So what I will do is I will come here and I will get this again transparent. And when I position this again, we'll try to get this in the right position. The clavicle, this should be maybe a bit smaller. Then now that we've seen the back again, when we go a bit more into detail, like polishing this area of the skeleton, we'll go again to work on the thickness of each area to add much more detail, for example, on the spine and everything. But now we will focus. We're here, and I will get with my move brush, and I will start getting sorry, I will make this a bit smaller. To get it here, and even I will rotate this to get the spine of the scapula more or less in position. And then I will come here and start moving this to get this area right, smooth this, and get just the main shapes here. And here, as I told you, we'll get these arms that go away. But for now, let's get this main shape right. So let's come here, smooth this a bit, and get this like this. More or less in position, as I said. Then if we come here, we'll see that we have this in a completely wrong position. We go back to our pure ref. Control T again, and we will move again this one a bit too big, so we'll make it smaller. And we will go to our reference here. Come here, try to position everything more or less here. Control T again, go back to ZBrush, and position this more or less. And then what we will do now is I will move this to the edge here, rotate it, and place it more or less in position here. And then with the move brush again, this is a bit repetitive, but it's a good exercise to start understanding like how each bone behaves. And then when we start connecting the muscles to this, we'll start understanding why everything is there, right? Because this is like the body is like a machine. Everything is there for a reason. There's nothing that is like just random. So we'll come here now when we have this in the more or less right position. I will come out from our pure ref. I will move it outside, and let's get this closer to each other, and let's keep this as a reference from there. And now that we have, if you see, we have more or less this in position, and what we need to start creating is these small arms that will connect to the humerus, right? So for this, I will put this a bit more down, okay? because we will connect this first arm on here, and what I will do now is I will dynamesh this, dynamesh it to start getting a bit easier to control. And we will have again this small bone that will come here, and then we will get this area here. Sorry, let's move this here. And we want to start getting this, the spine of the scapula right here, right? And then this connects, like this has another protrusion there. So what we will do is I will dynamesh this with a bit more resolution, and I will start getting this arm going like this. Dynamesh again, smooth it, and this. So we'll start having this spine that we need to put it more or less in position here, and we'll connect in this way. As you see, I keep checking here how this works with this, trying to follow the reference as much as I can. As we talk about this doesn't need to be exact at this point, just for our reference, and I'm just blocking out to have it everything more or less in position. So we have here, smooth this a bit, and if I see it from the top, we'll get here, we will start getting a bit of this space here. And then here I want to get, sorry, let me turn this around, and I want to get this area here that I will just move it like this to get this triangle here, right? And push it inwards. Just connect in this area. I will dynamesh again, push it back up, and then I will just remove a bit of this here, so we get the spine of the scapula right here. So as you see, we are getting this just as a blockout, and as you see here, more or less matching the reference, and we have the scapula there. That then, what is important about the scapula, and then we will go a bit more in detail to this, is that the scapula is one of the bones that it has more connections in the back of the body. So we have, for example, the trapezius connected to here, the deltoid connected to here, teresus major, sorry for my English, and like a lot of the muscles of the back connects to this. So it's important to get that right. So again, this is just the blockout, and then we will go a bit more in detail to get this shape, like a bit more polish for later start connecting all that muscles. So now the only thing we need to do is, again, mirror and weld to get this in both sides. As a last check here, I will go back to the plates, get everything in position again, more or less, and start with the move brush, getting again this in position. It's really important in general, like I keep repeating this in 3D, that we need to push this here. We need to rotate all the time our mesh when we are sculpting, because we go to one side of the sculpt and we modify something, and then sometimes we don't realize that that's modifying something in the other views. So it's important to make sure later on you're other views that what you are doing in one view is the right thing to do. So now, if I come here again, check it, put it back in position, here, and again, whatever I modified in one view, I need to check that in this view is correct. So we have here, and we will do a mirror and a mirror weld again. Sorry, it was just mirror and weld from here. So we have now everything in a better position now. Now in this lesson, we will start making this guy being able to stand. Before start with the arms and everything, we will make the legs and we'll follow these references we have here. So do you remember that when we work on the pelvis, we did this concavity here? This will be a good point to start creating the femur, because there is where the head of the femur connects. So just to do a quick check, I will bring here this to reference. Come here, and I will do a slight trick on the pelvis because I realized that the hole for the femur, it's a bit too small, so we'll go back to the, sorry, small no, it's a bit in the side, so I will come here and move this a bit to the front. So we have this in a better place, and just now that I'm here, I'm fixing this a bit to get it better. So now to start working on the femur, what I will do is I will append a cylinder again, a repetitive process, but select the cylinder, come here, and I'll make it quite thin, bring it down, and push it a bit until we have it with the right length. That now I will push it here, and we will start getting, I will hide the pelvis for now, or more than hiding, I will make it transparent, and then I will start getting this curvature of the femur to match our reference. So again, at this point, what we want is just to get the proportions right. Here, this big volume that would connect with the lower leg and with the rotule. So here, from this side, we get it like this. Then now we have this in the middle, so we will need to turn around to our front view and move this. And as you see here, it's important that the femur is not a straight line, right? It's really in diagonal. So it's a pretty steep angle that we have here. So again, I repeat this again, like the idea of creating the skeleton is to start understanding how all this work. And why, for example, we have a small protrusion here. That is because of the greater trochanter here in the femur. So this, like when we start creating this from scratch, it's a great exercise to start understanding like what later will end being our bone linear marks and the places where the muscles connect, right? Especially in the leg, we have a lot of bone structure that will be visible in the surface. So it's important to to understand this and to this exercise to get all this stuff the best we can. And this again is a matter of like a really nice learning process. When we start creating the characters, like we are not going to do this each time. This is just to understand how the human body works, and then when we create a character, we will have a better notion of all the proportions and everything, and where to place the stuff on the surface. So we come here, we go back again to our side view because we mess up some things again in the other view, as I said before. So we come here, we will push these things again to get it right. We can smooth this, and what we will do is we will come here again to our Dynamesh it, and we can keep moving from there. Then now that I have the back view here, I will come here. See again, now I'm realizing that the pelvis has some issues, so I will most probably jump to fix this. But what I want to start getting from this view is like this part in the back, how it is, and I will come here. So as you see here in the back, we have these two protrusions here, so it's not all flat. So I will go out from there, and I will realize that now this looks like this, and this is not like this. This, what we need to see in 3D is like, let me see if I have here in this drawing, if I have a reference. So see, this is the back part. So we have these two protrusions here that we need to get right from the back also. Right, so I will go back here, Control T again, and when we come here, I'll come and do like this and get these two protrusions as we are talking. Dynamesh again once in a while, and this is connected to the bone in this way. So now I'll go back here to our pure ref, and I will take this, see a bit better how this is in our reference. So I will come here, and again we will go later maybe in a bit more detail on this, but what we want is to get everything just in place. So I'll come here now. This will be a bit more like this. Smooth it around. This here. This, and again this. This is just a blockout for now, so I'm not going to worry too much on this. Smooth it around. Come here. And the other important part that we need to get is to start creating now is the head of the humerus here. So we have already this here, and what I will do is I will come here and start doing this like this. Dynamesh. Get this big volume here. Dynamesh again. And in this lesson we move down from the knee down to the lower leg, and we will create the tibia. Let me bring back this guy. So we'll create the tibia here, that is this bone that we see here, okay? And the fibula, that is this one here. And also before that, before jumping there, we have the patella here. That is like, I mentioned rotula before because in Spanish it's rotula, so I got that in my head. But in English is the patella here. That this is what is basically the bone on the knee. That if you see it here is what we see outside in our knee. And then we have the tibia, that if you see your knee, you will have like two small protrusions. That you have the rotula and then this corner of the tibia that they connect. So we'll work on this lesson, we'll work creating this, and we will start first. We'll start first with the rotula, or with the patella. And let's go down here. Let's append a sphere. Bring it down and make it a bit smaller. And let's place it. As you see here, is just in the lower part of the femur. And we have this space here, right? We have this area here. Then we need to place it there. And if you see it from the side, it goes here. So what I will do is I will get this like this, and then really quick start. I will, as I did before, I will dynamesh this and then start getting more or less this shape. Again, doesn't need to be exact this, but more or less this kind of like, let's say if you combine a square with a triangle here, you will get more or less the shape of the patella here, and you do it like just in that border of the femur ending, right? So if you see from here, we'll come like this, and we'll position in this way. So if we go here, as we've been doing before, we check with our reference. We need to make sure that everything is more or less in place. So these, in the lower leg especially, there is a lot of these bones that they will be visible, so we need to take a bit more time to create this. Again, we are just blocking out everything now. Then we might go back and adjust this a bit better. But let's put this more in position here. And then we'll get this slightly smaller here. So we should be more or less happy with this. Okay. So now that we have the patella done, we'll create. What we can do in this case is I will take this one, duplicate it, and bring it down. And I will use this bone to create. Let me do an auto group here. So we'll do an auto group. I will come here, isolate this, and then I will delete hidden. And then I will come here, just take this bone, smooth all this, I don't need that arm. Smooth all this, and then what I will do is just, because we have this here, I will bring it like this, rotate it around, and place it more or less in position here. Just as a way of not doing the same system as we were doing of appending something. So we come here, more or less in position, how it should be. And then we will start sculpting the shape of this. So we are here, again, this more or less doesn't need to be exact because we will modify this almost completely, but I will come here and start creating. This is important here, that we get, I will smooth all this. I will smooth it, smooth it. What is important is that from the top, we need to see like kind of a square here, but then with a small dent here, triangular shape going down. So I will come here, push this like this. And then if you see from here, I will smooth this. From here, as you see here, we have this small corner that comes here. So what I will do is I will push this like this and push this like this one. Now we will check with the reference, but now I wanted to freestyle this a bit. It's just a bit more fun. So if I come here, I check that this is more or less in place. And then we have more or less in this angle. So see how we have this an angle. There is not like the knee just goes outside. There is this, the legs come like this. So following this, more or less impossible. Dynamesh. And again, we keep this in really low resolution. So now when we go to our back view, here, we'll get this here, that here is like a really important bony landmark in the feet, that where you will see almost like all these, you will see it in the surface, right? And this is important because this area here of the tibia connected with the fibula would make like this joint with the feet, and that will be the area where we can rotate our feet and everything. So let's keep here. Let's accommodate this a bit. Sorry, smooth it, and I think we are more or less good to go with our tibia. Let's go back here to get a bit more of a nice curvature. It was looking a bit flat, and again, I keep repeating that it's important. The human body has a lot of curvature everywhere. There are not many places where something is completely flat, right? So now we have this here. Now the tibia from the front looks a bit weird, so I will come back here and give this curvature to be a bit more happy with this. So now more or less we are here with the tibia. Again, this will go a bit more in detail later, but now in our next video we'll go to create the fibula really fast, and then we will move on to the feet, that it will be like a much more complex task. So now to create the fibula, we will do more or less the same that we did with the tibia. We'll duplicate this, and being in the duplicate, we'll take this one, we'll bring it here, and we will start, press F to come here, Press this one, and F again. Okay, there we go. And what I will do here is I will start smoothing this a lot so I get like a more thinner bone here. So what is important with the tibia is that, with the fibula, sorry, that connects for the tibia from here, and then connects here, creating the ankle. And there is a small bone, this small bone in the feet, that is called the talus, that the talus will go connecting, will go in this hole, let's say, that is creating the tibia and the fibula. So it's important to get this thing right, especially because this area of the fibula will be visible in the ankle. And also this area, this is a really nice bony landmark where some muscles connect to there. So what we will do is we will come here. We'll start getting this more or less in position as we did the last time before jumping to a reference. I do it here real quick. I will smooth this a bit better. And from the side, I will get this connected here. And then all these will connect in this way. So we need this curvature. So as we said before, nothing is completely straight, so I want a bit of curvature here. And we connect it like this. And then this bone will keep going a bit more here. But now when we check in the reference, we'll make sure that's in the right position. But I was saying before, here is where the talus will go. So we need to get this in that correct position. Let's come here. This is a bit annoying to sculpt because it's really thin. So come like this. And we will go here to our reference. Put this in the front, and as we see, we start moving this around to get this. In the right area to connect with the tibia. And then here, we'll make sure that everything is here. It's in the right place. Connected here. And this is what I was talking before, where the ankle connects, when the ankle is, sorry. That is this bottom part of the fibula that we will see it in the left. And as you see, something important that we need to check here is that, sorry, this needs to be a bit bigger, so this would be like this. Okay, more or less doesn't need to be exact, as everyone is a bit different. This is an average man, but like we are all a bit different. But what is important is that the bottom of the fibula is lower than the bottom of the tibia, because as you see, our ankle, the interior part of the ankle is a bit higher than the exterior one. So that's something important to get right at this point. So if we come here. Now we are with the legs more or less done in this way. So let's check again. I will come here before going to the fit. I will come to my pure ref. I will put this like this, press Ctrl T again, and I will make sure that everything is with good proportions now, right? So we come here. That might happen because we switch from one reference to another, and we are not doing it like matching exactly the plate. And we move the camera all the time. Might be that some things got a bit too big or a bit too small, right? So the sensation that I have is that the legs got a bit too big at this moment. So yeah, we will need to adjust that now. In the right place. So now when I see our skeleton, I can see that the proportions look much better than before. So just as a last double check, I'll come here, come to the center one, to the thoracic cage, place it where it should be, and yeah, now everything looks a bit better in terms of proportions wise. So this is what happened when we turn from one view to another. And I will come here and just move this. Again, when we work in 3D, we adapt something in one view and then the other view gets some problems. But I think we are good to go with this. Now that we arrived to the fit, we'll start creating. And with this one, we will spend a bit more time because we need to, this is like, the fit is a part of the body that it almost doesn't have muscles, it's most of it tendons, and you will see a lot of this bony structure you will see in the surface, right? So it's important to get this right, even if there are a lot of small bones that we have here, but we need to go deep on it. So the first thing we will do is we'll start with this bone here. So we will start with this bone here, that is the calcaneus or heel bone. So this is where all the tendons from the Achilles tendon will connect, right? So we will connect this bone here to these muscles here, right? So this is one of the biggest, is the biggest bone in the fit, so we'll start directly with that one. So for that, what we will do is we will append a sphere. We will select the spheres first, bring it down, and start placing it here. So what we will do in this case for the fit is we will, let me move this tiny bit here. What we will do with the fit is we will do everything in one subtool, because if not, we will have like tons of subtools. That doesn't make sense. So let's position more or less this here. And once we're happy with it, let's come here and we will come with our sphere. We come here, dynamesh it, and as we did before with the other elements, we will start placing this and move the things around to match more or less our reference. Again, what is important in this bone in particular is that we will have this area here that is important to consider, like the thickness of this and how we have the heel here, but it's not going to be everything seen. So again, we don't care so much about the exact shape of this. So for the other bones of the feet, what we will do is just duplicate this within the same subtool. And so for that, I will come here, press Ctrl, and I will come here, and with a big brush, I will smooth this over. So then we will have the talus bone that goes here and connects there we go. So I will keep this in transparency, then I will come here and start positioning this in a way similar to this one. Again, this is a bone that we are not going to see it, but it's good to have it in place. So as you see here, we don't want to go like further than this corner point of the tibia. We want to keep it inside, and it goes more or less like this, connecting with the ankle here. Again, now we will go again and duplicate this. Pressing Ctrl, duplicate it, and then we will come to a small but important bone here, like the scaphoid. Or let me check. So if we go here, yeah, in English I think it's called cuneiform. So again, as I mentioned before, it's like I don't know exactly the name of everything, but in Spanish even we call it scaphoid also, scaphoide. So what I will do is I will come here, but what is important about this bone, it's like, doesn't matter the name. What is important is that here we will see in the surface, and if you can touch yourself, you will see that there is a small protrusion in the feet, in the inside, that is this bone. And this is something that we need to take into consideration, and we need to position it right for later have it in the final mesh. So what I will do is I will come here, I will smooth over, and in our case I will come and do it from this view. Ctrl T again to smooth this over, and here we go. So I will position this more or less and bring this guy more or less here. So again, what is important is that we get this protrusion here, because this will be an important point to have later. in this second video of the feet, we'll start working in these 4 bones that are called the cuboid and then the 3 cuneiforms. Again, it's something that we don't care so much about the names of these, but what is important is that this one here, the cuboid, is important to consider what's the position compared with these metatarsals. So like these 5 here are the metatarsal. So it's important to get these metatarsal right later, and for that we need to put the cuboid in the right position. So what we will do is we will really quick get these 4 in position, and so for that I will again do an outer group. I will isolate this one and come here, duplicate it. So what is important about these ones is, as we said, that we have this space that we have for the metatarsal here, and the scaffold here that we will see in the outside this. So now, as the last thing for now, is I will take this bone here, calcaneus, and I will adjust this slightly. And here, as you see, I'm missing entire part here. So what I will do is I will take my clay buildup and I will add this volume here to connect with the cuboid. Or cuboid, sorry. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Okay, I apologize for my English. Not the best. And I'm also not the best with all these names. But what is important is to get the shapes right and in position. So adding this volume here, and these start to look slightly better. So now we start to get a better shape of the feet. And then I will come here again, adjust this more or less in place, and see how they're more or less in the right place. So let's keep it for now. In our next video, we'll move to the metatarsals and the phalanges. So we'll finalize the feet in a few minutes more. Now we will move forward to the metatarsals. So if we come back here, the metatarsals are these 5 bones that are like similar to the metacarpals in the hand. So here now we will work with these 5 bones. We will duplicate one of these one and just stretch it out, just to put it in position. And again, then we will duplicate that to make the phalanges after. It's funny because when I was younger, I used to do taekwondo, and I remember that the metatarsal were like a bone that it was called all the time, because we used to break like pieces of wood in taekwondo, and the 2 options of breaking it with the feet were with the calcaneus, because it's a really strong bone, or with this corner of the metatarsal, of the first metatarsal. So because these are really strong and one of the thickest bones from all of these. and it's just in a straight line with the calcaneus. So this makes like this area of the feet like really strong. So this word metatarsal is a word that I know since I'm like 6-7 years old. So it's nice to being placing that in this moment here. So apart from the shock and apart from the funny story, let's go back to this and start placing this in the right position. So I will duplicate it again, come here and start creating this shape. Come here, check from all the angles how it should look. Smooth this a bit. I will come here and in my geometry tab, I will go here to Dynamesh. I will press groups because I want to keep that the groups don't Dynamesh all together. And I will put auto groups and then I will do a Dynamesh. Sorry, I need to unmask everything. Do a Dynamesh. I will increase slightly the resolution. So here we'll do a Dynamesh, and I think with this it will be good. So coming here, we will come back, duplicate this, and now as you see here we had connecting this bone with this one directly, this bone with this one directly, and this bone with this one directly. So here we have the cuboid that connects to two metatarsals, so to this one and this one, to the fourth one and the fifth one. So now this one needs to be like a bit smaller and a bit in angle, and then what we will do is we will get rid of this shape, connects here, and then this one will connect to the fifth metatarsal. So, and this one also needs to go not only in angle but also a bit more down, and we will need to do the same as you see here, how this one, you have the cuboid here and then it goes down. We have the same with this one. So let me do the auto group again. This one, then we need to push it slightly lower. So see, we have an angle here, sorry for that. We'll smooth this over a bit. And then now we work on the fifth metatarsal, that is like our small pinky, let's say. But this protrusion here, you will see it in the surface, so that's really important. So this, it has a different shape compared with the rest. In my case, for example, I have this really, really strong and really big. I don't know why, I think maybe because I have skinny feet, but this, you can really see it in my feet. And sometimes I even have pain. I even have pain here when I have like really tight shoes or something. I really feel it here. So let's go back to this one and duplicate it. And then again, give a bit of an angle. Then I will go to here and adjust everything again. But now I want to do it as quick as possible. So just as a first block out. And I think we are good to go for this blockout of the metatarsals. So as you see, we're starting to get a shape of the feet, and we are getting this angle here, this arch, that I think is important. So then, again, there is some tendons that go around here that it will make this to not be like such a big arch, but it's important to get this arch and not, like there is people that have more flat feet, but in general we have a bit of arch here. So this is why, like, because of our bony structure, this is why we generate that arch. In this lesson, we will finish up with the blockout of the feet, and we will work trying to create really quick the phalanges of the feet. That is more or less the same that the fingers that you have. So these define the toes. So if we come here, we will go back to the same workflow that we've been having up till now. We will mask this, duplicate it, in position here. And it's important to get this arch like right. If you see here, we go. We need to have this arch right, because in the top of the feet, sorry, not in the top of the feet, in the end of the feet here where you have the toes, like you will get this arch here. A lot of artists tend to, like beginner artists tend to do this like too straight, but it's important this is like this, or in any case more like this. Depends of how, like there is some feet that has like, some people that have like a longer toe here, some people that have the bigger toe, like the first toe bigger, so that change a bit. But what is important is to get this in an angle and not straight. So we'll do Ctrl+7 to remove my drawing. It's more like a straight bone. Here we make sure that this area here, before I will give this volume, so this will be laying in the line of the floor, and this is the area of the metatarsal that I was telling you that when you do karate, taekwondo, some martial art, you most probably will like hit someone or something or whatever, like a strong part of the body to generate an impact is the corner of the metatarsal. So with this, when I was a kid, used to break woods and stuff like that. Now we will move to create the medial phalanges. Let me see. Okay, there we go. So now that we are in this one, I will come here. Sorry, before creating the medial phalanges, I will make sure that everything is more or less in position. So I will come here and position this right, or as close as possible, and then with our mob topological, removing the mask, sorry. We come here, and here I will add the thickness to this, sorry, to thin. And this looks more or less good. Here, and there we have our phalanges looking a bit better. So now we are here, and we will go to the medial. We will do the medial phalanges first. There are these ones, and in the thumb we don't have a medial phalange. We have only the external one. So, or the distal, how it should be called. So if we come here, we'll mask this. So I think with this we should be okay. So maybe we can rotate a bit more this, put it here. And I think we are good to go with the fit. The only thing left would be to, when we are here, take a look how it looks. The entire thing, as we said before, this curvature is really important. This phalange here, the fifth metatarsal is important, that I will add a bit more volume here so it looks nicer. But it's important that we have this extremity here and the scaphoid here that goes out. So we will see this from here. We'll see this in the surface. So let me move this a bit and get this like that. So from here we'll see this small protrusion here. So the only thing left to do is mirror weld, but I just realized that the fit is a bit too close to each other, so I may have a problem with that. So what I will do is I will just rotate a bit the fit, rotate it, and I will push our scaphoid a bit more inside, so we don't have that problem when we weld. Again, I will need to move this everything a bit more to the side here, well, and now we are good to go. So now we have the base, like we have the legs, this guy is standing at least, and now the next thing we will do is we will start working on the arms. Now we go up and start working on the arms, and so here we will need to create first of all the humerus. That the humerus is a like really strong bone, and it has the connection from the deltoid, the bicep, tricep, and also the pecs connects here. So, but compared with the how complex were the fit before, like this will be much straightforward. So we will take the femur now. We will duplicate it and we'll bring it up. Bring it outside, just adjust a bit in position here, and then what we will do is we will come like this, and I will start removing this protrusion here that the humerus doesn't have it. So I'll come here first, I will delete all these, smooth everything, smooth, and then start with the clay build-up, creating this kind of a sphere that we have here in the head of the humerus that will connect and rotate in this small hole that we talk about, this created between let me do a dynamesh here. There we go. I think now it's better. So we need to do this like really round to get it in this space between the clavicle and the scapula. So let's come here, get this more or less in place. Rounder, I will remove this, smooth this up, because it shouldn't be like this. And if we see it from the front, I will get this more or less like this. Again, doesn't need to be exact at this point. What will be important is to get the proportions and everything right. So we need to do this much smaller. I will smooth this up. Come here. And to check this, we'll come here, see, and more or less we are in position there. And I will come here. I will smooth this guy. With my clay buildup, I will remove all this. And what is important to get is that, see how we have here in this area, okay, I need to press Ctrl T here. Okay, so see how the humerus comes like this, kind of straight with a small S there. So if we see here, this sorry for that, this comes like a small S here, but then we have this here that rotates a bit to the front. So we'll get that there. That is these two areas here. So this is important to get right at this point. So I will remove all my drawings, press escape, and then going back to ZBrush, we'll come here and try to get these two protrusions here going outside, and from here we just give again the thickness that this needs to have, a bit of curve. The last important thing that we need to see in the humerus is like in this area here, as you see, we are missing this hole, like not hole, sorry, it's not a hole, but we need to make this like going inside. So for this will allow the lower arm to rotate here. So here we will connect the ulnar, that will be what it will be our elbow, right? And then from here also it's important to get these two important bony landmarks like defined. That is the two apicondyls. So if we come here, we will get, I will push this a bit more forward, like, and get this done. And with my dump starter, I will get this like this. So as you see here again, I'm not trying to define this exactly how it should be, but here I will do add a bit more volume here. So with this, what we have is like later we'll have with the ulnar that connects here, we have these 3 points that are really good and important bony landmarks for the arm. Now in this lesson, moving down to the lower arm, what we need to take into consideration is that the lower arm has two bones that are the ulnar, that is the one that connects from that is this one here. So this bone here is the ulnar that connects from what is our elbow until this side of the hand, and then the radius that connects from here until the other side of the hand. And something important about the ulnar and the radio is that they are inverted shapes. As you see here, the ulnar has like is thicker in the top, and it gets thinner. So if we come like this, it gets thinner, and then the radius is thin in the top, and then it gets much wider. Sorry for my crappy drawings. I'm not the best doing this, but so I will remove these really ugly drawings that I did. But what is important is that I will show you now in the sculpt is that there is a difference. It's not that these two are completely straight and completely like with the same section all the way. So what we will start doing, we will start with the ulnar, and for this I will tell this guy here, duplicate it, and then come down, come here, and what I would do is come like this, and as you see here, it comes from here to here. I will just rotate this around. Sorry, pressing Shift, rotate this, and then come here and smooth this quite strong. But what we want is the ulnar to connect here, right? So I will rotate this, come here, and in this case we'll go like this. So if we come here, we have the humerus like this, and then from here I will take my gizmo here, come here and make it much smaller because it's much smaller compared with the humerus. So as I mentioned before, this is a bone that goes from thicker to thinner. And now I will inflate it a little bit because I think got a bit too thin. But what is important is that here we get, let me go back to our front view. Here, so our front view there, and I will make this a bit smaller here, and then get this angle. And in the top, I will get this mass. So we start getting this. And from the side, it's important that we get this like this. Let's push again that this changed slightly in each view, but it's important that we get this volume here because this will be what it will be later our elbow in the surface. Right, so smooth this a bit. And then for the radius, what we will do again, we will duplicate this, and push it, and I will turn it around, come here and connect from here. So we'll connect like this. And then here, what we need to do is to get this in a way that it's kind of flat here. So let me smooth this up, and I will add some volume here. But this needs to be flat to rotate like with the humerus, right? So when we rotate the arm from here, like this does this movement. So it's important to get that space right there. So I will just move again, as we said before, this is just a blockout for now. So we are not going on to that detail, but it's good to have it. I think we might be more or less good to go with this. So what is important about the ulnar and the radio is that they had a lot of movement when we rotate the arm, and they rotate. Let me see. They rotate in like this direction. So if I write down, so like this, calling pronation and supination. And in this way, like it's important to have that, like to understand that two bones, because later when we start like in this area here, for example, that we don't have so much muscle. At the beginning of this area, we have a lot of muscle, right? So you don't see the bone itself. But in this area here, so here you have the muscles, okay? But then in this area, these bones are pretty like visible in the surface. So it's important that when we rotate, we understand from where it connects the bone from the top, from the shoulder, from the elbow, sorry, to the hand. Now to finish these two bones up, I will go to the back view and move this slightly inside, getting this nice curvature of the ulnar. And then here it's important to get this space like this. And then in the 3D view we'll fix this, but it's important to have this space here, that is our elbow. Then when we come to this view here, add a bit of this volume here, and then here I think we'll be okay. So if I come to the ulnar here, I'll go now back to my pure ref, and I will show you how the ulnar should look from the back. So I'll come here and I will take this and remove all this. So I'll press 1, remove a lot of this, so I get space to the humerus to sit there. And on the other side, from here, I will get like a bit of this shape here, and then we could go like this. So more or less we start getting like the right shape to it. So these I spend slightly more time than what we've been doing before, because it's important, as it's extremely outside on the surface. I was okay with that curvature. So I think we are, for now, more or less good with the block out of the forearm. And then we will, in our next lessons, we will move to the hand. That is quite complex, so we'll spend some time of them. So if we see now, we start getting this block out. Again, we are not going in details here. We just need to get that proportions right and everything. So in this lesson, we will start doing the hands. So with this, we will have more or less completed the first pass of block out. So for this, I will cheat a bit, and I will bring the feet that we work already, and I will bring it up and I will place it in the hand. And also, I will take advantage for this to show you how similar is the bone structure from the hand to the feet. So we will come here, we will duplicate this. I will bring this up. And what I will do is I will come here. Select all this. Let me remove this small part here. And then what I will do is just delete hidden. So now we have our feet here. And I will turn it around. So we have this. And voila, here we have the hands. No, I'm joking. But what is important here and why I'm bringing the feet is to understand that how we have, do you remember how we have these small bones that they're all connected in the feet? We have the same here, or really similar, in the hand. So they work in a really similar way. Where here we have these bones that are called the carpus, that in the feet we had to take a bit of care of where of each will go, because we have this one that it will be visible in the surface, and this one that we had to leave this space for this bone, for the metatarsal to get this small corner, to get this diagonal. But now in this one, we will do just a big mass of bones here. Like we will respect the amount of bones, but we don't care so much about the position of this. This will be like entire mass. I'm not going to like take a lot of care of one by one, apart from this one, that is the one that connects the thumb. The rest will be like just all connected. And even I won't care about the space between each other. It will be like a mass there. And then we will move to the metacarpus. There are these ones, the same as the metatarsals in the feet. And then the phalanges again, the same. So for sure we have a different proportions and distribution, but it's more or less the same. So we can take some of these bones and stretch them a bit to get it right. So for this one, what I will do is I will auto-group this. Come here, deselect this one and this one. They're like a bit too big. I don't care about them. Delete hidden. And then what we will do is we will come here. We'll put this in position to follow our reference. And then putting the gizmo in the middle, we'll come here and place this like this, more or less. So again, it's more or less in place. Then we'll change this completely. But the only thing I want to do now I'm here, is I will take this and I'll leave it like that. Doesn't matter. The only thing I want to keep for now is the length of the hand. Correct, more or less correct. So then I will zoom in. Okay, there we go. I think we're good to go with that. And then what I will do is I will come here to my pure ref and I will make this much bigger. So now we can work directly on this view because we have already the scale, the proper scale, right? So I will come here, bring this closer, and keep this like really big. So we come here, we'll get this. So for this, what we need to consider is that all these bones all this carpus needs to be like more or less in the same line. So again, it's like a mass. But apart from this one, that will be connected to the thumb here. So for this one, what we will do is we will move it a bit more down. Now we will turn this around. I will isolate this guy, bring it here, and here realize that everything is in a really not nice position. And I realized that I put this one wrong because I thought the hand was looking to the other side, but it's here. And then let's start placing this following our reference. So we'll come here. As I told you, all these carpels, we'll do it all together there. From this one, that I will take our move brush and give more volume to this. So now what I will do is I will again go to my Dynamesh, geometry, Dynamesh should be here. I'm keeping groups. I will Dynamesh all this. So now we have everything in a bit lower resolution. I will like it. And we come here again, put it more or less in position, and then I will start adding a bit of volume here in the sides. And I think that looks nice. Yeah, so there we go, our lovely hand. Now just mirror and weld, and we have this first block out of the skeleton now. In this lesson, we will start going slightly more in detail, and we will take the block out of the spine that we had, and we will start creating, like in a really simplify way these vertebrae. So what we will do is we'll create one or two different shapes of vertebrae. As you see here, depending of if the vertebra is cervical, thoracic, lumbar, or sacral, is the different shape that it has. So what we will do is we'll create maybe one of each, well, this one of this one and one of this one, and we will start placing them just to get the position right. So then when we start placing the muscles and everything, we know that we go, okay, if this muscle goes from this vertebra to this vertebra, it's a easier way to measure. And the same we will have when we get the thoracic cage. So every rib will connect to a specific vertebra. So it's good to have them there. Again, we are not going to really in detail sculpt this, but we'll do a block out of this and we will duplicate it until we get the entire spine done. So for this, I will come here, I will append a cylinder. So sorry, I will append if ZBrush allows me to do it. Yeah, there we go. A cylinder, bring it here to select it first. Come here, make it a bit smaller. Kind of this width here. Yeah, there we go. And then I will isolate it. Come to the front view, come here, and then here in our pure ref, I will bring this here. We'll start with the thoracic vertebrae that are the ones that we have from here to here. And I will keep this really big, so we'll leave some space if I want to check the 3D. And then I will press again Ctrl T and come here. And if this is the front, we need to do like this. Sorry, we need to do like this and like this. There we go. So we come here, and the first thing we need to do is, I will again dynamesh this, activate symmetry, and start giving shape to this guy here. So this is the hole where the spinal cord will go through. So we really don't care for what we are going to do here, but it's good to know it. So here's where all the nerves and stuff go. And that's why you have like all this really strong structure around it. Here we need to get these arms going out. So for this, what I would do is I would press the brush, snake hook. This is a nice brush for this. So you come here, and with the snake hook, we got these two nice arms here. So we'll go now to our top view. Again, the move brush. Let's grab it from here. There we go. Inflate brush. And here we will try to get this shape, so we have this a bit sharper. Some of these these views don't match exactly, so that's why sometimes we have some problems that doesn't match one view to the other one, but doesn't matter again. Anyway, each of the vertebrae is slightly different to another one. So for example, these in some moment we need to go down, but we will just, again, we just want to see the position of the vertebra so much and not the shape. Because again, when we sculpt our final character, we will re-sculpt a lot of this stuff. We are not going to focus so much on the exact shape of each bone. But so last thing, we will come here. this face a bit flat. So when we start doing connecting one with each other, we'll get more or less a connection there. So we'll get this. Okay, and I think we are good to go with this vertebra. Like again, we don't want to go really in detail. We just want to have a nice block out of this. So in our next chapter, in our next lesson, we will start placing these vertebrae in position, and then scale some of them up and down to get them in the right place. Now going back to our full skeleton, what I did here in my pure ref, I just scaled, made sure that the bottom of this plate, the bottom of the spine, is in the same height as the bottom of the spine here, and the same with the top. So then what we can do here is I will come, place this a bit big. So let me select these two, make them a bit bigger, place it here. Okay, then with Control T, I will come here and I will bring our guy here just to make sure the spine is correct, because we did at the beginning, and it might be that with the change of proportion of the other elements, change a bit this, and then what I will do is I will go to the spine block out here, and let's see if, let's say, the tip of the coccyx here is this height. We come like this here, this is right, and then here we have the, let me smooth this a bit. Here we have the cervical vertebrae. Adjust this in position a bit. So what I want to do is to get this in the right position, so that it will be easier to accommodate the vertebrae one by one. So once I'm more or less good to go with this, I think we are good with the scale. I will come back again, go to my pure ref, Control T, and I will make this as big as I can, so I can get this. So I need to press Control T again, come again to my ZBrush, and place this here, more or less the same. And again, this most probably won't match exactly with the other one, but come here, just push some things around. And what is important now is we have more or less this space, and then we will take our, press 1 here, select our vertebra, come here, and for this what I would do is I will hide all this. So I will keep the skull, but then I will hide the thoracic arch, the thoracic cage, sorry. Hide the pelvis and all the rest. Then what we will do later, when we finish with all these, we will do a nice exercise that will be like to go one by one and name them. So with this will be a nice reminder for all the names of each of the bones that we created. We're here. And so now we are left with our spine block out and our vertebra here. So what I will do now is I will come to draw, and I will store a camera. Okay, so for that I will need to turn on perspective, and I will go to draw and store a camera. So with this, I will put side view, there we go. So now, if I come here, I move things around, come here, and I'm here, and I want to go back to my original here, I think it's easier. And now for the spine, this is really important because we need to make sure that everything is more or less in the right position. So for this, what I will do is I will even hide this spine, the blockout that we have. I will come here, and we will start one by one to place this. I will start again. I will use this one, just the same one, in all of them for now. But if you want, you can create like a bit more like custom made of each of them. Like in my case, I think will be okay with just duplicate it and adjust only this back part here to get everything in the right, let's say, side view, and I will stretch it here. So, but again, that's your call. So I will come here, I will move this out, and I will start duplicating this, and I will start from the top. No, sorry, I'm not going to start from the top. I will start from the top of the thoracic vertebrae. So as I mentioned before, here these are the cervical vertebrae. It goes from 1 to 7, so C1 to C7. Then you have the thoracic ones that go from T1 to T12, and that this is where we will connect the ribs here. And then you have the lumbar ones that go from 1 to 5, and then you have the sacral that it turns to be these are supposed to be vertebrae, but it turns to be only one full bone. And then you have the coccyx, that is that small bone that we have like here in the corner. So coming here, I will scale this with around. I will make sure that this is like this before doing anything. I'll make sure that this is here and this is in the center. I will scale this. Then we will scale these things around in our top view. But I will come here and just really quick, I will move this. Here. Then I will fix it a bit better. But so after that, I will come here, rotate it. I have the third one. Sorry, I forgot to do the first one. Yeah, there we go. And then here, the fourth one. And then if you see here, we have a space between the vertebrae. And this is okay, because there we have that again. We don't care so much for this, but there we have the disc that if you ever heard people like having a surgery or something, or hurting, like maybe people that do sports or a bit older people that have problem in the disc, and we need to take really care of that because of our position while working, that we don't get any pinching in one of the discs here between the vertebrae, and that could bring you problems in the future. It's not going to help you to know this for while creating characters, but I think it's good to know it. So we come here, and again here I'll go back, delete some of these, and I will bring this one. That it's a bit of a nicer shape, similar to these ones. I think the example that we got was from one of these last ones that has this part here, a bit smaller and not so stretched. So we come here. These are the 7 ones, that this is important, that you see here that this is longer than the rest, and then we will see why and how we can see this in the surface. So, but what I will do now is I will come and in a really rough way, I will come with my brush and adjust this. So I have this in position, so I will unmask everything. Sorry, not with the move brush, with the move topological. And we will get this there. Again, most probably, again, if you want, you can do the other shape of these cervical vertebrae and put it right. But again, what we want at this point is just to get everything in position. So this, we should be more or less good to go. And I will come back here, and in our next lesson I will just check like the spine from the front to see how wide it gets in some areas, and then we will be more or less good to go with this. Now what we will do, as promised, we will check now the front view or the posterior view, but also first I want to check like in these vertebrae, the latest thoracic and the lumbars, how we did with this, because this looks a bit crappy at the moment, so we need to check and adjust this slightly nicer. As I mentioned before, if you want to get a bit more in detail to this one, you can spend the time. I think for what we are trying to achieve now, this is good enough. And what is important is to get these vertebrae here more or less in place. This can go, this can go a bit lower. Yeah, here, I think that's good. And this looks a bit too big, so let's do it like this. So again, what is important is that we have a separation of like the first 7 vertebrae that are the cervical ones, then the other 12 that are the thoracic one. And what I would do now that we're here, I will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I will come here and turn it around. Control W to show everything. And then let's do like this, turn it around. And then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But these are the thoracic ones. Turn it around, remove the cervical ones, and then Control W to show all these. And then here, then we will have, let me hide this one, and then Control W to get the lumbar ones. So now we have our nice spine. We divide it in the three different sectors. And now what we will do is we will take, let's bring back our pure ref, and we will create the sacrum now. Now for the sacrum, what I will do is I will take our block out of the spine, I will duplicate it, bring it here, and I need to hide the spine, but it's okay, I need to hide it. Come here, and what I will do is I will come, let me isolate this, pressing 1, and then coming here, pressing this one, and I will do the knife curve, and to the other side, there we go. And now I have this here, so now I have more or less the shape of the sacrum done. And let me remove this, keep this how it was, and I will bring back my spine, place it in position, and as I mentioned before, the sacrum is a set of vertebrae that they're all welded with each other. So as you see, you have here the hint of the vertebrae. So let's come here. Yeah, that should be okay. So now the only thing I will do, as I was mentioning, is I will add a bit of this here. So here. Then I will smooth it up. And I think we might be good to go with this. So voila, we have our spine now. Again, we don't care so much about like the shape exactly of the sacrum, but what is important is that it's in position, is in the right place, and that we will see this sacrum triangle a bit in the surface, so it's good to have it more or less here. Now what this skeleton is missing is a proper rib cage. At the moment we have this nice block out of this, but we need to start doing the ribs and everything a bit more defined. So we need to do the sternum, we need to do the manubrium here, and then we have like 12 ribs that they go, 5 of them that are connected to the sternum one by one, and then that they are called true ribs, and then we have 5 ribs that they are like the let me zoom in this a bit. So it would be these five first ribs that they are like the true ribs, and then these five that they are called false ribs, that they are connected all together with cartilage here. And then we have two floating ribs that are the two that you see here. So like this, we have a connection between the first thoracic rib until the 12th thoracic rib. So these are the ones. So what we will do now is we will start getting the shape of these, because these we did like super quick and doesn't have any detail. We'll start getting first the shape, and then we will define and we'll start like extracting the ribs from there. Now what we will do, now that we have, let me just mask this a bit more, but now that we have our ribs mask here, okay, I need to remove this one first, because this might bring a problem when I will do what I want to do now. And now once we have our ribs, like the side of our ribs masked, we'll come here to subtool, to extract, and giving a thickness of 0.1 more or less. Let me check. We will press extract. Let's press again. Extract, and you will see that we will get this thickness here. But if we rotate the view, this is just a preview. This is not done. So now let me extract again, still a bit too thin. Let me see if I put minus 0.01. Okay, so let me do it transparent, and extract. Okay, that will go, that should go inside. Yeah, no, it's not going inside. Let me see, extract. Okay, so what I will do is I will come here, 0.1 and a bit less, 0.005. Okay, and then extract. I think that's what I could. No, let's do this. Let me do 0.01. So it will be a bit thicker than what we see here. And I will press accept. As you see here, we have this new subtool with a bit of a blockout of our ribs. And then what I will do later is come here and we'll smooth all around the edges to have something a bit nicer. And then again, this is just a blockout, but then we'll connect these. Each of these ribs will connect it to the sternum here and to the vertebrae in the back. So now what we need to do is I will come here, press 1. We have everything. Now that everything is smooth, let's press Ctrl F to see how this works. And I will do a unmask everything, and then I will do a Dynamesh. I think we'll be okay with that. Maybe let me add 140 here, and I will do the Dynamesh again. Yeah, there we go. I think it's a bit better like this. So now we have like a first hint of what our vertebrae or our ribs will be. But as I see now is everything going like outside our ribcage that we set. So I will come here and I will move everything inside a bit. So we have everything like encaged in our ribcage. Okay, there we go. I think that's good. And then we will do the same process here to create the sternum. So what is important is to get this line here, as we see, that divides the acromion with the manubrium, to get like a hint of this, because here we will get, sorry, it was to the other side, this, because here we might have a slight plane change. I just realized that the ribs that we did before, they were a bit too thick. So I'm coming back to our rib cage blockout, and I will come back, and instead of extract it with a thickness of 0.01, I will extract it with a thickness of 0.005. So we come here, accept, and I think that's a better thickness for our ribs. So now that we are here, I'll come again here, smooth things up a bit, and then unmask and do a Dynamesh. And we're good with this. So now we have our ribs, the side of our ribs, the sternum and the manubrium here. So the first thing we need to do here is to start connecting each of these ribs to the correct vertebra. So this is important to start understanding how all this works, right? So for this, I will hide hide here the scapulas, and I will come here. And as you see, as we mentioned before, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cervical vertebrae. Okay, so if we see here, as we see this 7, sorry, and now we have 12 thoracic vertebrae. So now each of these ribs needs to connect to each of these ones. So as we see here, this one, the first one, is, sorry, that was saving. The first one needs to connect to the manubrium and to the first rib, as you see here. See, it comes from here to here. So for that, what we will do is we'll come here, just come to our ribs here and start moving this around really quick. Again, just as a lookout, as we see, we need to be under the clavicle. And we come here, and this should be okay, more or less. And then in the back, we need to make sure that this connects to this part of the vertebra. Okay, so as you see, this is a nice, as we talked before, it's a nice bony landmark. That is the seven vertebra, the 7 cervical vertebra. So now we know that after this one, the only cervical vertebra that has this long spine. After that, we will have the first thoracic one. So we come here, and this looks like, I think we need to pull this down a bit. But with this we should be okay. So we connected here just in this part here. I think that's good. So then we will do for the other ones, because we don't have any. Let's do like this. So let's use move topological here. For the other ones, what we will do is we will take each of these, and with one brush that is called snake hook. So if you do B as H, snake hook, and for this one, it's better to use Sculptis Pro. So we'll come, turn on Sculptis Pro here, and then we will come here, and we will need to connect this one to our second vertebra. So for this, I will come here. I don't need to try to not modify the other one, so I will pull this down. And then with the move brush, come here, and what I will do with this is I will mask all this stuff. So mask it out. Invert the mask, and I will come here with our transpose tool, but pressing Y to go, sorry, let's do like this. Let's rotate, and pressing Y, we will come here and take this, and we will, with the R, we will rotate. I will come here, so we'll make sure that this goes more or less in place here, and then there we go. Now we will grab our move brush again and start getting a bit of curvature to this. So and we will connect these a bit in the top of the vertebra, and then we'll go back again with the first rib to the same. If we come here, we'll check how it's from the back. And as you see here, each of the ribs connects to the top of the vertebra. Like see how it connects like more or less when we have these arms from the vertebra. It connects there on top. So we'll make sure that we have that more or less correct. Again, this is a blockout. We don't need to, we are not doing the skeleton exactly how it should be. It's just for us, but now that we're here, let's move the things up to make them correct. Here, and I assume that this rotates, so I come here. I think we're good with that. So the same that we did with the second one, we'll do with the rest in the back, and I will speed up this process, and then when we start connecting the ones in the front, I will come back. Now we made a stop on the time lapse because I think this part is important, and it's important to know that whatever we did until here is all like costal bone. And now what we need to do is we need to connect the ribs, like the bone, this part of the rib, to the sternum. Okay? And for this is a different material. This won't be bone, will be costal cartilage. And this is also important because here we have a really strong plane change. That's what we saw in our, if I unhide this. So here, see how we did like this plane change here, plane change here. So we need to do the same now with our ribs. So let me come here, and this one, and I will hide this. Okay, there we go. So what we need to do is we need to connect now each of these ribs to the sternum. And now what we will see also is how these ribs here, okay, like these first 5 ribs, so this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, they connect individually to the sternum, but the last 5 ribs, not the last 5, like these 5 ribs, they're called false ribs, and this one they connect all together here. So they all merge in one same costal cartilage to connect here in the bottom of the sternum. So like this, let me delete this, we get this arch here that is called the thoracic arch, and this is like all costal cartilage, as you see here. So something that's important is that this is something flexible. That's why when, for example, if we do like, if you see someone that is doing PCR or like something like that, like this, the ribs doesn't break, right? So it's important to have this plane change, right? Okay, here, because we will see that, especially when someone is bending back or something, we will start seeing this curvature here and this plane change. So for this, I will delete all this, leave my pen, and we will do this with the same way how we did this. We will come here, and let me go to my pure ref and move it. Move it to the right. And what we will do is we will start basically connecting the dots here. So now we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 real rib cage, real ribs, sorry. And now we need to start with the false ones. So for this, we'll start connecting all these 5 to only one costal cartilage. So come here again, snake hook. Now, to wrap up this chapter, we will just, as the cherry of the cake, we will add here in below the sternum, we will do again. First of all, I will add a bit of volume here. That looks a bit awkward. And then we will take again our snake hook and we will extrude a bit of this here. Come here. We'll extrude this to do the corkoid process here. So now with our skeleton, block out of the skeleton ready, or almost ready, you can keep going. You can keep going, like giving a bit of more detail to this if you want. But I think for this, for the purpose of what we want to do, this is more than enough. So this gives us a base to start placing the muscles and to start learning the origins and insertions of the main muscles of the body. And that also will make us learn that when the body moves, like what happened with this, right? And not to just guess when we are posing a character or posing a character, that we will start knowing like where the bony landmarks are and how the muscles behave depending on the position of, for example, the arm or the leg, or like if there is a rotation on the torso, like how the muscles change, right? So that's why it's important to know like where it muscle connect, and this is what we are going to see in our next chapter. Before jumping into Maya, what we will do is we will come back to ZBrush, and we will come here to the subtools, and what we want to do is to import this in Maya to set up the scale first, and then to position the ribs in the right place, right? Directly there. So what I will do for that, I will come here to our subtools menu, and I will come here and say merge visible. So with this now, ZBrush just merge all together in one subtool. And for this, what we will do is we will export and go here. We are in ZBrush. Let's do an OBJ. Here we'll put B01 and skeleton. Okay, so now we'll import this in Maya. We'll import this in Maya and we'll set up the scale there. Now in Maya, we'll import our skeleton. So we'll come here, go to my model, ZBrush, OBJ, and let's go to the OBJ here, skeleton, and I will make sure that this group option is disabled. Oh, sorry. It needs to be enabled, I think. So I will delete all this. No, there we go. Yeah. So we have our object in one piece. So now, as we can see, the position of the skeleton is in a weird place where we have the head in the 0. So what we will do is we will come here and first of all move it up, and then we will come here, we'll create a cube, and we'll come here and we have the measurements here in centimeters. So come here and we do the height, let's say 1.80 meters. Oh, and as you see, our skeleton is tiny. So this way is important to bring it to Maya to get the scale right. Because sometimes when we start in ZBrush without a proper scale, we have this problem. So I will come like this. And make sure that it's more or less the height. So come here, make it a bit bigger. And if it is a bit more than 1 meter 80, it's okay, but let me make it a bit smaller. There we go. And in the front view, I will make sure that his feet are in the floor. Okay, so pressing D, I will bring the pivot to the bottom. And pressing D and X, I will attach the pivot to here, and I think we are good to go with this. So now we'll delete this, modify freeze transform, modify reset transform to make sure that this is our proper is in the center. Okay, so we reset transformations for this, because if we don't do that, then we might have problems because we scale so much this up. So it's good to reset transformations always. And now, for example, if we move this here and we move it to another place, we just put all this to 0 and we get in the center. So this is the position of our skeleton now. That now is 1 meter 80, 1 meter 85 height. So now that we have this here, what we will do is we will come here. First of all, I would save this. And I will put it skeleton underscore B001. Okay, you may ask what I'm seeing here, why there is a massive skeleton on top of ours. This is why when we start working in ZBrush and we start directly with a sphere or something and we don't take any scale before, we might encounter this issue. What I'm having now, that is like we created an entire skeleton without a scale. So now when I imported it to Maya and I put this in scale as I show you in our previous lesson, this is like a wrong scale, because this is like, I don't know, like 10 centimeters. But this is the one that we imported from Maya that is 1 meter 80, 1 meter 85. So for this, I wanted to show you a technique to scale this over, because at the moment we have a lot of subtools here, so we cannot go one by one and scale it one by one. So for that, I will keep this. This one is the one that we imported from Maya. This is the other one. So for this, what I will do is I will go here to C plugin, and where is this? Transpose master here. So I will go to transpose master and put T-pose mesh. This what it will do is it will put all the subtools into one mesh, so into one subtool. We will be able to scale this over and then bring it back, and all the subtools will be still separate. So I will press here. Okay, this is done. So now this, as you see, is only one subtool. But what we will do is we will come here. We will press Ctrl F to check our, we'll do this, and we will come here, do like this, and then unhide, isolate just our real scale skeleton. And then I will mask all this and mask it, and then unhide all the rest. And now with our scale tool, I will proceed to scale this more or less in the same size. So we come here. I went a bit too big, so let's come like this. Let's get it a bit bigger, and I think there we go. Again, doesn't need to be exact. Let's just push it slightly up, and now we are with a good scale. So now I will unmask everything, and then come here to C plugin and T-pose subtool, and this will bring all the subtools to the correct scale. So now we are back again here. and I will come here to this one, to the skeleton that we don't want anymore. I will delete it and come here. Hello everyone again. Now we will start what I consider one of the most fun chapters of the course. So now we will start with the muscles. So we did this pretty tedious job of creating the skeleton, and now what we will start creating is every main muscle of the body. We are not going to go in every single muscle, that this is not an anatomy class for science or for medicine or something, but yes, the main muscles that we will have to consider while creating like a piece of art, right? So most of them, the ones that we will see something in the surface. So for this, we'll start, first of all, well, I just said this, and first of all, we'll start with a muscle that we won't see at all, but it's important to have it, that is the intercostal muscles, right? So this one is between the ribs. Like we have a muscle that connects each rib with each other. So for this one, what we will do is I will take this block out that we have really quick. I will duplicate it. Sorry, that was wrong. There we go. I will select this one, duplicate it, hide this, and then in this one, I will just unmask everything, and I will start pushing the things around to get this. Now that we have our intercostal muscle just blocked out here, I will proceed to give a bit of a color to this. So yeah, let's come here just to start separating the muscle from the bone, and here I will realize that there are some things off, so I will push it inside. There we go. Again, we are not trying to do this exactly. It's just to get the things more or less in place. Now that we have this in a good point, we will proceed with one of the first muscles that we will start seeing something on the surface. And this one is a muscle that goes all around the it's not only one muscle. There are like, let me bring my pure ref here. So if we see here, this muscle here is like a spine muscle, but it's a joint with, sorry, not a joint, but it's a mix of different muscles. So we will have like, first of all, we will have like two that you don't see it here, but you will see here like a connection between the sacrum going up to the vertebrae. That it will be like kind of a cylinder that will come here, and it will come like thicker in this area, and then it will start getting thinner and thinner and thinner the higher it goes. So for this one, as we don't have a plate here to show you that, I will bring an example here of a bodybuilder, like this, a Shutterstock image, not sure who he is, but here you can see what I'm talking about. So this is the muscle that we are talking, and this protrusion that you see here, in conjunction with another, sorry, my English sometimes it's not the best, but so with other muscles that we'll talk later here, this will be like the most internal muscle that we will create in the back. Again, there are like other muscles inside that we don't care about, but this one is the one that we start seeing some kind of like hint of that muscle on the surface. So for that, we will come here. Let me make this smaller. I'll come like this. Let's keep this small here just for reference. And then we will come to our skeleton again. I will select this one, append a cylinder, and I will bring the cylinder and hide this. I will bring the cylinder up, bring it to this side here, make it a bit bigger, and sorry, I went a bit too big, and straight like this, and rotate it. Then I will adjust it a bit better, but for now this would work. Then I will take this, and as you see here, this, if I'm not wrong, this is the muscle that is showing here, so it goes until these vertebrae here. But again, the only thing we will see in the surface is this area here, because this later will be covered with the trapezius. So for this, I will dynamesh this. From the top of the sacrum, it goes all around next to the spine, but we will do it here. So then later I will show you how in this area we will start seeing this, the spine like protruding a bit outside. So we need to keep it in the sides here, and we will push this here. There we go. I think for now we can be happy with this one. And then as you see here, we need to create this other muscle that goes like this. And what is important is this area here. Let me make this guy bigger. So this area here, that as you see, we'll see it here. Then all the rest of this muscle gets hidden by the trapezius here. So let me come back here, make this smaller again. And we'll create this one, that for this we will duplicate this. So we'll duplicate this one. Activate symmetry. And then move this here. Now that we have our spine muscles blocked out here, there is another set of muscles that we are not going to create now, just to not waste your time, because that is the posterior, the serratus posterior inferior and serratus posterior superior, that we are not going to create now because like they won't be seen in the surface. So we don't care about that because they will be covered by the trapezius and by the latimus dorsi. I repeat again, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce the names properly, but the most important thing is for you to see like the position and how they are in 3D and not so much the names, but it's important to have the names in your head also. So here, and also these muscles here that honestly I don't know the name about it, but that connects the spine to the neck first, but then this will be a muscle that will be covered with the trapezius also. So for that, we are not going to spend time creating it here. You can do it if you want, but for the purpose of this course is not necessary. So we'll go down here and we'll go to our first important muscle here that we'll start really seeing, that is the rhomboid. The rhomboid is this, the rhomboid is this muscle here, as you see, that the name comes because of the shape, because it's a rhomboid, basically. That is a square with the angle, with an angle in the bottom and in the top. So one of the edges is like shifted to the side, or to the top in this case. And for this one, it has the insertion in the spine, and then the origin in the spine and the insertion here in the side of the scapula. So this pulls the arm like inside, let's say. So this one is important because in some moments, like this is not super visible in the surface because it's covered by the trapezius, but in some moments when you are extending the arm, like you will be able to see a bit of a hint of this one. So this will be the first that we will create. So moving forward, I will come here, make our pure ref a bit smaller, and I will append a cube in this case. Select it, bring it up. Next, we'll move to, I mentioned before we were not going to create it, but we will create this muscle on the neck. So that connects here the spine with the base of the cranium here. And also this muscle that connects from here to inside, just to get that volumes there and not have an empty space. So this then will be covered again by the trapezius. And then we have the sternocleidomastoid that is there. But then these will be like some muscles that connect from the scapula to the spine and from the spine to the cranium. So for this, maybe we can just duplicate this one and start creating it from here. I will hide this. In this lesson, we will keep going from inside to outside, so we will start working before going to the big muscles of the back, that are the latissimus dorsi and trapezius. We will go first to see the muscles that we have in the scapula. So for this, there are like three main muscles here. First, the teres minor, that is this one. Let me make the drawing here. So that is this one that you see here. This one here, that it helps with the rotation of the arm. Then we have the infraspinosus, that is this muscle here. That is a muscle that helps rotate the arm, like, let's say, in this direction. So it tends to be like quite a flat muscle in general. And then the teres major, that is a really important muscle in us as per artists, because we will really see it like in really developed people. So it's important to get it right and to understand how this works. And this originates in the lower border of the scapula and inserts in the other side of the humerus. So for this, let me remove all these drawings and we'll go back to our 3D in ZBrush, and we will start creating these muscles. First of all, we will create the teres minor, then we will do with the infraspinosus, and then we will do the teres major. in this lesson, we'll create the biggest muscle of the back that is called the latissimus dorsi. And that in Latin, it means like the biggest muscle. So this is a massive muscle that we have here, and it has like several origins, but only one insertion here. So let me bring you first to our. I will open my PureRef here, and let's come here to this guy. And this is a muscle that comes from. Let me press here. Press here. There we go. This is a muscle that starts from the T7. Okay, so if we have, I will change the color because this is, okay, there we go. Start from the T7, from the 7th thoracic vertebra, until the sacrum, all the way until here. Okay, so we have all these will be latissimus dorsi, where it connects. It also connects to, as I mentioned before, to the sacrum, and then to the first third of the iliac crest, okay? So until here. So all these will be, sorry for my horrible drawing, but all these will be connections and origins from the latissimus dorsi. And then it comes all the way straight here, connecting with the bottom part of the scapula. Let me change the color. So the scapula that comes here, okay? So it goes through the bottom. So let's say that the scapula is here, like this. So if we go back to our color here, it goes all the way attaching in the bottom, like in the corner of the scapula. And then it goes all the way up. Like, sorry, I will go back to the drawing here. So it comes like this, comes all the way up here, and connects. And sorry, from this side, it comes from here, from the first third of the iliac crest. It goes all the way connecting with the lowest 3 or 4 ribs. And it goes all the way here, let's do like this, all the way here. So all this is the latissimus dorsi. It's a massive, massive muscle. Now we will see it in 3D how we create it. But this is the important point. So summarizing, it will be the spine from T7 to the sacrum, 1/3 of the iliac crest, the 3 or 4 lowest ribs, and the inferior angle of the scapula, so that corner here. And the insertion will be in the humerus, in the top part of the humerus. That, let's go back to our, let me remove all the drawings. And when I'm here, I will come to our plate here. So as you see, let's come here, let's come to the skeleton, and it comes from here all the way here and connects in the front side of the humerus. So it's basically, we connected here our teres major, okay? It connects just next to it. So for this is a really important muscle, because as you see in our guy, in our example here, it's a muscle that, for example, when we do pull-ups or we pull-ups or push-ups, this is, sorry, pull-ups, not push-ups. Pull-ups is a muscle that has a lot of power there. That we do a lot of effort with that muscle. So if we come here, let's go to start to the important, and let's start creating this in 3D. Something that I forgot to mention about this muscle is that it's a really, really thin muscle. So it's really important, but it's really thin. So it's like and all this is fibrous and this is muscle, right? So here we will have something really flat, and that's why we will be seeing all these muscles that we have in the interior. We will see the shape and the exterior. So we will come here, pause this, put this in position. Now we'll proceed to create the other really big muscle from the back, and really important one. That this is the trapezius. The trapezius is a triangular shape muscle that connects in a lot of areas. So connects from the occipital bone here in the head, then goes down. Let me write this down here. So from here, connects from here, goes all the way down to the 12th thoracic vertebra. And then from here, it connects up all the way, connects up all the way until the clavicular spine. So, sorry, I'm not the best drawing with this, but let's do the best we can. And then connects all the way here. So all on top of the spine of the scapula. And then until the acromion doesn't connect, like connects just in the border, and then connects a small piece of the clavicle. And then from there goes up until, again, the occipital bone. So what is important about this muscle is that all the fibers converge in this point. So it's from here, we have the connection that goes here up, here, 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 and then here start going down, connecting to the spine. So we'll have this direction of the fibers. So these are really important muscle, and something that's why the scapula is so important, because depending of the position of the scapula is the shape that will have this big muscle here. So let me remove all the drawings, and I will show you now with a couple of examples. So I'll press escape here, and then we'll come here, and I will show you here a couple of examples of how this big muscle might differ depending on how developed you are, and also the position change the shape of this, right? And that's why it's important to understand like where everything is connected. So as you see here, and another important point of the trapezius is that we will have this area here. We'll have this area here. Let me write this down. So this triangle here, this kind of, that in this guy is really strong, that here we'll have all these, that is tendon that connects to the spine, and here in this bone we will have the seventh vertebra that we mentioned before. That is a really nice bone landmark. And even if you have like really developed trapezius, you will still have this visible, the same as you see this guy here. See? So it's important to understand that when we work in the trapezius. So as I was showing here, we have like, for example, this guy that if we see, let me go back to my pen, and if we see here, we need to define first, to find the shape of the trapezius, we need to find first the scapula. So the scapula comes like this, and comes like this in this case, because his arm is really raised. And here we can find, for example, our teres major. Then here is, if we come like this, we have the infraspinosus that comes in this way. And then here we have the trapezius that comes from here, from this corner, and it comes all the way coming down in this direction. So connects like this, connects here, and then connects in this direction. So here we have it. Again, sorry for my sloppy drawings. I'm not the best one in this. That's why I prefer to do this sculpting and show you in ZBrush later how this will look. So as we were saying, like for example, in really developed people, we have it like this is as a muscle, as a massive muscle. But then when we move to like someone that is like mediumly developed, let's say, you have the hint still of this, especially in this position. But then when you go with people with less strong muscles, you can see that here we still see in this area, sorry, let me do this, come back to my pen. So we still see in this area that this is the trapezius muscle, okay, that connects here to the shoulder blade. Okay, sorry, we should have the shoulder blade like this here. So, but she doesn't have like this big bulge as we had before. This is more plain, right? And even here we can start seeing a bit of the rhomboid, as we showed before. And you can see here how you see like where we have more like a tendinous area of the trapezius, how you see all the vertebrae protruding out. But just to show you also another example, of a woman that has really developed this muscle, that again, when she's in a relaxed position, most probably you won't see it so strong. But now in this pose, you can see how like the shoulder blade comes here, like this, the scapula comes here, and then you can see how all this muscle is bulking up here and connected to the neck and to the spine. So now, after this introduction, I think we better move to ZBrush, and I will show you how we will place this. So in ZBrush, I will do the same technique as before, and I will append a sphere. Come here and make this sphere quite big. Flat it up. And I will start. I will do, wait, my Sculptus Pro. Our next muscle will be a muscle that I learned the word when I was a kid, and it was a funny word, and I remember it since then, without knowing much what was the meaning. That is the sternocleidomastoid. I don't tell me why I learned it when I was a kid, but I always knew that as a really difficult word. And now everything started to make sense, because the sternocleidomastoid is a muscle that goes from the sternum, from the clavicle, to the mastoid process that is here. So let me come here to our skull and define a bit more our mastoid process here. So let me come here. So just a quick update here, just for this. So more or less like this is the mastoid process. And what we will do is this muscle would connect from, as I mentioned before, from the clavicle, the sternum. This is a muscle that has two heads. One of them will connect to the manubrium here, and the other one will connect to the clavicle. So as you see here in the drawing, it goes from here to here. And this is a really prominent muscle, especially in well-developed people. And if you see, is something that is this muscle that we see here. So if I go, is this muscle that we see here coming all this way. So this muscle here is in most people like visible in the surface. So it's important to always get it right. And as I said before, it goes from the mastoid, so we need to be like just below the ear, until the sternum and the clavicle, so here. So let's take that into consideration, because it's a muscle that we will always need to get right to. And also it's a muscle that, for example, if you are doing only heads, it always needs to be there, because it really helps to define the neck. So I will go back here, come to our drawing again. Let's jump into ZBrush. Let's create this muscle now. So let's go back again here. Append another sphere. Select our sphere. Let's start the process. Our next muscle will be the serratus anterior. That is this muscle that you see here. I'm not sure if you see my mouse. Like, you see here, sorry, here, this muscle that, as you see, is called serratus interior. I'm not sure, this is only for people that speak Spanish, but this remember me as something that we call in Spanish serrucho, that is like this shape like this. I'm not sure if it has something to do with the name in Latin or not, but this shape remember me to saw. So if we come here, let me go here. So remember me to this, right? So basically this in Spanish is called serrucho. So that's why I remember always the name of this muscle as serratus, and it's anterior because it's in the front. So this muscle, let me make this a bit bigger. This muscle connects from the interior of the scapula, exterior of this border of the scapula, and connects to the ribs from the second rib to the ninth one. So, and it connects, like, it has like different heads that connect, again, all from the scapula, from the interior, and it connects one by one to each of these ribs. So now, as to show you an example, I will show you here what you see here. So if you see this guy, you will see that what we have here, this shape like this that we see, connecting this muscle here that is under our latissimus dorsi, okay? So these muscles here that you see, these muscles that connect to each of these the ribs, this is the serratus anterior. So something that we need to consider is that a lot of, like, some people think that these are the ribs. In this guy, he has it really strong, but sometimes when we have it not so strong, like, people confuse this with the ribs, and it's not the ribs. This is the muscle that is attached to the rib. You are not seeing the rib here. And this muscle connects to the, sorry for that, I had a problem with the pen, connects to the external oblique, that is this muscle here. So now what we will proceed to do is to start placing one by one each of these arms or each of these heads of the muscle in our 3D object in ZBrush. Let me go back here, come here, and as you see for this one, what I will do is I will make this a bit smaller, and I will come here, I will hide our latissimus dorsi, and come here and append. Let me see if I can use some of these. Yeah, I think I will use this one, and I will duplicate it, bring it down, and our teres major, and I will come here and start placing one by one to follow this rule again. So now we will move to the muscles that everyone likes, the pectoralis, like that we all love to sculpt and to make super big and everything. So, but before starting talking about this big muscle that is called the pectoralis major, we need to go to talk about his young brother, that is the pectoralis minor. That is a muscle that with three heads, like similar conception as the serratus anterior, that it has one head that connects with this corcoid process, that is this small protrusion here that we have with this in the scapula. So this connects from here to the fourth, fifth, one, two, three, four, fifth, and sixth vertebrae here. Ribs. So for that, we will do the same as we did with the serratus, that we will connect from here to the different ribs. And then why this muscle is important if it's not going to be visible? Because in some cases, depending on the position of the body and how the person is like moving the arm and everything, we might start seeing it. And let me take our pen here. So if you see here, there is a small bulge going up. And this is not that, we will talk later about our pectoralis major, but this is not that the muscle has this shape, because the muscle goes all straight, but there is this other muscle inside that it makes this to go up. So we will go here to our plate again. And as you see, for example, here, when the muscle is resting and in this position, you don't see it so much. Like you just see the pectoralis major here, but then in some positions you will start seeing that hint. So it's important to have it in mind and know that that's there. So we are not going to spend a lot more time explaining this, and we can jump directly to create it here in ZBrush. So I will do the same that I did before. Duplicate this, bring it down. Sorry, I need to make a note here that I said it wrong, and it doesn't go from the third one to the sixth one. It goes, from the fourth one to the sixth one, goes from the third one to the fifth one. So it only connects with true ribs here. So I will come here, sorry for that mistake. And the way to solve it is we come here and we'll connect it to this one. And now, yes, we arrive to the pectoralis major. This big muscle that we have in our chest that it's really prominent, and we like everyone wants to start going in the gym or something, like showing with the bicep. The pecs is the muscle that we tend to train the most. So for this muscle, it's important to know a few things. Let me come here, bring my pen. This muscle has like 3 distinctive heads. One that connects, like the muscle connects from the insertion of the muscle is here in the humerus. So if we see here is in this area here, okay, this area. And then we have these 3 heads, that these 3 sections, that one connects from the humerus to the clavicle. And this is, let me change the color of this. This area here connects with the lowest part, the lowest connection in the humerus is for this section. So it comes all the way here, like this, connecting to the clavicle until like a bit more of 1/3 of the clavicle, right? So almost half of the clavicle is covered by this muscle. And then the other head connects like from here to here, the humerus, so connects like a bit higher and goes all the way to the manubrium and the sternum, all the way here. So all this is that second part of the muscle that comes in this direction. Okay? So, and it's important that this goes below this first section that we mentioned before. And then we have this third section that connects here to the cartilage from the abs, from the rectus abdominis, from the top, and this 6th rib here, and connects down and goes behind until the highest point of the humerus. So if we see the first section comes from here and connects here, the second section is here and connects all the way until here, and from inside, sorry, let me go back here, and connects like this here. And then the third one that comes from here under and connects in this way. So there is like a kind of a pinch between these 3 sections because they are not all like straight. So this is something that we will see. Let me unhide all this, press escape, and I will come to our PureRef and I will show you here how we see here how this connects all behind, like below the deltoid, right? But how we start seeing here some kind of pinching, and this is because all these muscles converge in this same point. So if we come here, for example, see we have this small bulge here, and this happens because the muscle comes like this, and so as these 3 sections of the muscle like converge here, is kind of like a twist that they have, and they make this, it produces this bulkiness here, let's say. So if we see here, for example, in this guy that is really like has really strong muscles and really defined, we can see that from here. We can see here that we have from this point inside the humerus we come all the way here until the clavicle. So this comes like this here. Then we have the other head that comes from here all the way here. Sorry, from here all the way here like this. Is all this area here coming in this direction. And if you see here, there is some striations like within the same muscle. And then this one that comes all the way here and intersects in this area. That is like this. and then this one in this direction. So it's important to understand this, and all these converge in the humerus, and that's below the deltoid. So let me remove all this. I will go out from our pure ref, and then I will show you here. I need to Control T again. And if you see here, for example, in like someone quite a bit older, you can see how these heads, these bodies of the pec, you can differentiate here. So you come here, it attaches to the sternum, to the clavicle, and then this one that comes all the way here to the sternum here, and then this other one that comes like this. So sorry again for my crappy drawings. I'm not the best drawing. That's why I will come again to ZBrush and I will show you there how this is created. So for this, I will come here to the plate again, and back in ZBrush, I will append again our sphere and start creating this. In this lesson, we will move forward and we will proceed to start creating the apps. So now I will give you an introduction of the different muscles of the apps all together, and then we'll proceed to do it all together instead of going by one, because they are all really connected with each other, and it's important to understand it as a big mass and understand how they work between each other. So for this, I will bring our plate here, and I will show you here again from Richer. We have here the main muscles of the abdomen are the rectus abdominis, that is the one that you see here in this area here. So let me bring my pen. So all this area here is the rectus abdominis. Then we have the external oblique, that is this muscle that comes here, comes like this, comes all the way here, and interlocks with the serratus anterior. So if we see here, all this is external oblique, and all this is a tendinous sheet that connects the external oblique here on top of the rectus abdominis. So if we see here, let me clear all my drawings. We have rectus abdominis and external oblique. And then internally, we will go here, and we have another two sets of muscles in a more internal level that are the internal oblique, that is here, and the transverse abdominis. Sorry, internal oblique and transverse abdominis here. Sorry, let me make this a bit bigger. So this is the internal oblique, or petit oblique in French, and the transverse abdominis, that is this one. So between these four muscles, we get all the degrees of movement that we have, like to rotate, to go up and down, to flex, to extend, and everything. So these two, we are not going to create them separately because they're internal and we almost don't see it. We could see a bit of a hint of the internal oblique here in the bottom, but we will create everything within the same mass of the external oblique at the moment. But so it's important to know that we have these two muscles that goes one in this direction, the internal oblique in this direction, external oblique in this direction in diagonal. Sorry, in this direction in diagonal, and the rectus abdominis that goes straight. So we will move forward now, and we will start creating this in ZBrush. But before that, I will show you some examples here. And as we see here, let me come to this example, and we have this area, this is the rectus abdominis. Okay, so there we have the famous six-pack. That is one up here. Sorry again for my crappy drawings. It's not the easiest to draw with this, but this area here, this here, and this one that is, you will see here that there is kind of another up, but that's more like a fat pad here, but then is all this comes together. So if we come here, again, this, let me rotate a bit my Wacom here. Oh, sorry for that. So here we have the direction of the fiber goes in this direction. So we come here, here, here. Sorry again for drawings. Then we have the external obliques that, as I mentioned before, interlocks with the serratus anterior. And then this area here that is also the external oblique. And then this area here, let's see that this goes in this direction. Again, sorry for the crappy drawings. But this area here is what I mean that we see a bit of a hint of the internal oblique. But this is all covered by the tendinous sheet from the external oblique, sorry. So we'll come here. And another important point that we need to consider is that here we had an inguinal tendon that goes all the way from here connecting this area. So we need to, this line that we see here, we need to have it present. So it's not that everything finish on the rectus abdominis. We have other space here that is covered by this tendon and shit also, and the inguinal tendon. So a couple of important points of the abs are, let me go back to our drawing here, our plates. Let's come here. A couple of important points is that the abs itself, they don't go all straight. Like there is not a straight line between them. It's like the abs starts here in the pubic tubercle and pubis symphysis, and then goes all the straight up until the 5th to the 7th ribs. So if you see here, it connects just below where the pectoralis starts. But what is important is that we need to consider these lines. I don't know why is this one so big. Let me change this in. So here, this drawing is a bit weird, but it doesn't matter. We'll keep it like this. This like this, and you can see that the angle change, and it's not all the same. So here it's important to get these angles separate. Understand? And then we have this one that comes like this, right? So it's important to not do the abs straight, that we tend to do it like that, and this looks really fake. So we need to consider this angle there. And then the lowest mass is more like one big piece of muscle. So in general, and both of these together, it's rare to see a lot of separation between them. So after this introduction, let's move forward to our ZBrush file. So we'll start now with our rectus abdominis. And for this, I will bring again a sphere. Select it and bring it up. As I mentioned before, we need to make sure that connects from the pubis symphysis here until the 5th to 7 ribs that we have here. So we'll come here. We might need to make the pecs a bit higher. I think they got a bit low, so I will change that later. But for now, let's do like this. Let's hide the pecs for now. And let's start pushing and pulling everything to get it in position. A couple of things important of the external oblique is that, as we mentioned before, we have these kind of arms that connect, interlocking with the serratus anterior, and then all in the side we connect with the rectus abdominis, and as I mentioned before, we will have this tendinous sheet that goes on top, but we are not going to create it because like what we will get the most is this shape from the abs, so we are not going to create this really thin sheet of tendon on top. But what is important is that it needs to cover, like the external oblique needs to cover like a good part of the iliac crest, as you see here. Here it covers like a good part, and then we will have here, let me write it down, we'll have here, here, our iliac crest that we see here. So, and this will be visible in the surface. So if we come here, so that will be like visible in the surface. And then we have this big bulk of muscle that comes here, and then all this area is tendon and sheath. And here we have this small bulk, as we mentioned, from the internal oblique, and the inguinal tendon that goes all the way from here, connecting from the anterior superior iliac spine to the pubic symphysis here. So it's important to get these shapes right. But I hope with this demo you can see like where everything connects and everything. And another important point is this: the interlocking with the serratus anterior is really, really important, and we will see it a lot. We'll see it a lot in different. Let me go back here to my pure RAF, and we'll see it in a lot of examples here. How, like, see here all this area, how this is external oblique, this is the mass of muscle that we talk about. Let me come back again to my tool. Here. So this is external oblique, all this here. Then all this area is the tendinous sheath that comes down, as we mentioned before. But it's important that this, like the iliac crest, let me change the color. The iliac crest would go from here, that would be the anterior superior iliac spine, and goes up and is covered quite a lot, a big part, by the external oblique. So again, removing my horrible drawings. And what the other area that I was saying is the interlock with the serratus anterior. Sorry, like this, tack, 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 tack. There we go. And this we will see it in a lot of examples. So let me go back to this one, and I will show you again. For example, here we can see the same connection. We can see a bit here, not so much, but here we see some of that external oblique that we see here. Here, these areas we mentioned before, that is internal oblique that is protruding up. And then here we see like really, really strong the external oblique here, and the serratus anterior here, and the latissimus dorsi covering until like this. So like as a rule, in general, is like 3 or 4 of these like points, let's say, from the serratus anteriors that connect to the external oblique. So for now, we are good with the abs, and we will move forward now. Keep going down and create. No, sorry, we are not going down. Now we'll create the deltoids, and after that we will keep going down until the legs, and the last thing we will do is we'll create the arms. Now to start wrapping up the torso of this guy, we will create the deltoids. The deltoids are these shoulder muscles, basically, that if we see here in some of our examples, you can see that this in well-developed people, it gets like pretty big, and is this muscle here. So if you see here, this muscle that goes in this way. And it's a really particular muscle because it's a three-headed muscle that connects to 3 different bones. So connects, like the first head, it has 3 insertions and 3 origins and 1 insertion. That the insertion is here in the half. Let me bring our parent here. So the insertion goes here until half of the humerus. And the origins are 3 origins. That is, the edge of the scapula here, the spine of the scapula, the acromion, the middle head connects here to the acromion is this square bone that we have here, and the middle head of the scapula connects all around it, and then this third part of the clavicle just before connecting with the pectoralis major. So for this, we'll go to the plate, and I will show you here. So if we see here, let's go here to this guy. If we see here, this is the deltoid, and this is one of the heads. This is the other one, and in the back we have the other one. And something important about the deltoid is this space that generates between the deltoid and the pectoralis major. That is this space that we see here, that we will see it now when we sculpt it, that it will come in this area here, will be a small triangle. And this is called the infraclavicular fossa. Again, sorry if sometimes I get stuck with the names, not my language, and I need to get used to it. But so there is a small triangle that we will get there, like there is like a depression that is really important at the moment of creating this area of the body. So the main function of this is to lift our shoulder, and as it has 3 heads, you can see that lift our arm, and each of these heads has a direction for this, like one to move forward, one to the side, and one to the back. So for this, without much more introduction, we will move forward to create this in 3D, and you will start seeing what I'm talking about directly in ZBrush. our next muscle that we'll start working on is there are two muscles that will work together. Will be the gluteus medius and the gluteus maximus. That basically is our butt. So if you see here in the drawing, it's like I'm talking about these two muscles. So if I come here to the painting tool, is these two muscles that, let me change the color. This is the gluteus maximus. As you see here, comes all the way here, and this is the gluteus medius that connects here and goes here. So this direction. Sorry for the really fake drawings. I need to change that. Yeah, there we go. So in this case, what we will see is that if we go to the second plate here, is that both of these muscles connect from the pelvis, so from the iliac crest here, for example, the median, and connect to the greater trochanter. The greater trochanter is this bone that we have here, this protrusion of the bone of the femur that we have here. So this is really important because like all the gluteus muscle will connect and converge from here. So we will have kind of like this kind of directional thing that all converge in the center and goes and connects to the iliac crest, to the sacrum, to this, the gluteus maximus connects here to the fascia of the back here, the thoracic lumbar fascia, and there is a tendon that goes all the way from here to here and here that is also supporting the gluteus maximus, and also connects to the fascia of the leg that we'll see later that goes here on top. So, but for now, what we will do is we will start, like I will show you here in the place from Richer also. As you see here, there is like kind of this dent in the middle and everything converge out from there. So it's really important to get this small dip of the muscle here. And again, depending of how developed and how much fat people have, like this is a bit more rounder or a bit more defined, but it's important to get this there to give this releasum to this part of the body. Another important thing to consider is that the muscles of the butt, they go in this really diagonal shape down. But what we have here, if you see, this is really round and really square in this area. It's like kind of two cubes. And this happens because there is like accumulation of fat in this area. In this area here, there is like all this area is more, it's like fat. So it's important to consider that. That is like, if we have someone really developed, we might be able to see this like as strong as this, but in general it's a bit rounder here. But so here, let me show you one example from a old drawing, that here you can see that how everything converges in the greater trochanter and goes all the way like this. So I think this is a good example to understand how the shape should be. So going back here, let's go straight forward to our ZBrush file and let's start creating the gluteus. Now we'll keep going down, and we will turn to the front of the body now, and we will start working on the muscles of the front upper leg. So these muscles are the main muscle for this part of the body are the sartorius, that is this diagonal and S shape, really thin muscle that goes all the way here. Let me come here with the pen. So it's this muscle that we see here. Okay. Then we have the tensor fascia latae, that is this muscle that we see here. That these together they make a form like a inverted V, and this is really important to start shaping the rest of the muscles of the leg. Then we will have in the right we have the abductors, but we will see it a bit later. And then under here we have the famous quadriceps, that here in the surface we see only 3 muscles of the quadriceps. We see this one here, that is the bicep femoralis. That is a bicep because it has is the same as the bicep of the arm. That it has is a 2-headed muscle. So it has a small division here. In really strong people, you might, and when they are tightening the leg, you might see a bit of this separation here. But for now, we will keep this as one mass of muscle. Then we have the vastus medialis, that is this one here, and the vastus lateralis, that is here. A couple of important points of the muscles on the leg of this area is that, as I mentioned before, we will need to define first these two to later get the right position of this while we are working in, for example, if we are sculpting a leg directly, is better to define these two first and then start with the quadriceps. But in our case, because these are more internal muscles, the connections, like the origin and insertion of the quadriceps is a bit more internal, we'll start placing first the quadriceps, and then we will go to the tensor fascia latae and the sartorius. So let me show you in a couple of real life samples like how this looks. But one of the important things of this, and to start defining this leg, is that, and one of the most significant things that we need to get right at the beginning is that the vastus medialis needs to go, is the side of the quadricep that goes lower. So if we see here, let me go back to the pen. If we see here, this is the vastus medialis, and it connects, it has this teardrop shape here, and this connects to the top of the patella that is here. And then the vastus lateralis, it goes a bit higher and is connected by this tendon here, and the bicep femoralis goes even higher, connected straight by this tendon that it comes all here. So again, I apologize again for my drawings are not the best, but I hope you got the point with this. So let me show you here in a bodybuilder how this looks. This, we need to consider that he's tensing, he's tightening the leg to get this like that. When he has a more relaxed pose like this will be a bit more like this, right? Even if he's super strong. But what is important is to start seeing each of these muscles in the surface. So as we see here, we need to first one important point about the sartorius is that it starts in the anterior superior iliac spine here, and then it goes all the way here and makes like a S shape. Let me unzoom this a bit. This is here. So what I was saying about the sartorius is that starts in the anterior. Why doesn't allow me to draw? There we go. It starts on the anterior superior iliac spine here, and then goes all the way down, 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 making an S shape until connecting here down, here in this area, connecting to the medial condyle of the tibia here. So it makes this really nice S shape, and then continuing here with the tibia, it makes this S shape that is really important to get right and not to do the leg completely straight. So if I go back here, I delete my drawings here, then I go press Ctrl T again here. So why my drawings are not working? There we go. So here we set the sartorius that goes all the way here. Then we have the tensor fascia latae, that is this muscle that appears here. So this one here, as you see. Then we have the bicep femoralis, that is this one that comes like this. This one. This nice rounded shape, that is the vastus medialis, and the vastus lateralis that comes this here. So this is important to understand this shape like this. And okay, as we said here, the sartorius that comes all the way. That the vastus medialis is the internal one, and is the one that comes lower. Vastus lateralis is the external one, and it comes a bit higher. And then our bicep femoralis goes here, and then we have the tensor here, like the tendon that connects the bicep femoralis with the patella that is here. So these are important points that we need to consider while doing this. So again, another. Let me go out from here. Looking this in a leg that is a bit less developed, what the sartorius gives us, and this inverted V shape that we were talking about, is this plane change between the abductor and the quadriceps, and that's really important. And the last point that we need to consider that is not, we're not going to see it in the surface, but this muscle is called quadriceps because it has 4 heads, so four muscles, and the vastus intermediate, I think it is the name. Yeah, the vastus intermedius is internal here. That we will create it really fast just to generate that volume, but we need to consider that the vastus intermedius is behind, like below the rectus femoralis, the bicep femoralis, sorry. So without further ado, let's jump into our ZBrush again, and let's start creating these muscles. Now we will start looking at the muscles on the back of the upper leg. But first, I wanted to clarify something from our previous lessons. I mentioned that this muscle here is the bicep femoralis, but sorry, I was wrong. That's the rectus femoralis. And the bicep femoris is one of the muscles, of the two muscles from the hamstrings. So now we'll see these two muscles that if you see here, they are like these two, that they are three muscles, not two. That we have the bicep femoris, that we have a short head here inside and a long head, that is this one. And then we have the semimembranous, that is this one here, and semitendinous, that is this one. Yeah, I was just checking that I was not wrong. Yeah, the semitendinosus is this one, semimembranosus is the one that is under. So these muscles together, they form what we know as the hamstring. That is this kind of ball that we have in the back that we turn. It's really normal to get it cramp when we run or we play football or something. So this is a muscle that from the back of the leg is really important. But even if there are a lot of muscles, we might see it as just one mass. What is important to understand is that we have the muscles like that they have a lot of volume in this area here. Let me bring our pen. So in this area here, there is a lot of mass. So this, and then in this area, it start to transform into tendon, and then this connects to the head of the fibula in the case of our biceps, and to the medial condyle of the tibia here. Okay, so sorry, I said here is connects to the fibula and here connects to the tibia. So, and these later we'll see if I go to some of our examples here. We'll see that then, where are my examples here? In some cases, we will see this as one mass, as I was saying, like it's in this example that is like much softer. But then in really muscle guys, and when it's in tension like this, we will see here like this tendon that connects to the tibia and to the fibula. So this is important. Here is the muscle that is in tension, and here is the tendon. So not much more to say about this for now. Let's jump to ZBrush and let's start creating this. And sorry, something I forgot to mention is these two muscles connect here to the ischial tuberosity. So if we hide our, where is our butt here? So they will connect here. So in the pelvis we have the ischial tuberosity. They will both connect here, and they will connect from here to the tibia and to the fibula. So let's move forward and let's start creating this here in ZBrush. Now we will start to wrap up the upper leg while doing the abductor muscles. The abductor muscles will take, there are a few of them, but we will take them all as one unit because it's honestly like we won't see much difference between any of them. Like we will see like maybe like one mass here, one like big bulk of muscles all together, but we are not going to see striations or something between the muscles. So we'll try to do here in the crochet as close as we can, like each of these muscles, but we are not going to mention one by one and what's the connection of each of them and stuff. So here, as you see, we have different, there are like the different abductors. There's one called the gracilis, for example, and there is like a few of them. But again, I think doesn't make sense to try to get deeper in that. So let's move forward and let's start creating these and connecting everything in ZBrush. Now we will keep moving down in our leg, and we'll start working on the muscles on the posterior part of the lower leg. That the muscles that we'll start seeing today is the calf muscles. So these muscles that you see here, that they are called the gastrocnemius, they're like these two muscles, this one and this one. And then the other important muscle in that a lot of people tend to forget when sculpting is this muscle here that is called the soleus. So the soleus goes below the two gastrocnemius, and it creates like a really nice bulk here and here that is important to get right, to get this shape properly. So let me go quick to some of our reference here. And as you see here, these are the, let me go to our leg here. So this is our gastrocnemius, these two, and this is the soleus. And then all this area here, all this area going down is all tendon. So, and connects to the calcaneus, creating the Achilles tendon. So let me go out from here for a second and go back to our plates. So as you see here, all this area here is tendon and connects here to our calcaneus, the calcaneus bone that is like the heel. So if we see here from the side view, we have here the gastrocnemius in this area, soleus here, and then all of them connects to the calcaneus in this area. So let's check here quick in our example here. For example, this is how it will look in a drawing. And a couple of important points of this is that the gastrocnemius connects from the condyles of the femur. So if we go here, this area here connects. So let me go quick to our skeleton and where I have here. So if we come here, it connects in this area that we see here. That is the condyles of the femur. So if we see it in our 3D, we will connect it here and here, okay? And then it connects to that tendon, to the tendon that we mentioned before. That is the tendon that goes until the calcaneus here, connects here, and is the famous Achilles tendon. So, like going out from our introduction now, we will jump on ZBrush and start creating these posterior muscles, and then in our next video we will jump to the anterior muscles and start learning all these muscles that are here in the left of the tibia. Now we will turn our body around and we'll go to the anterior part, and we'll start looking at all these muscles that we have in the front of the leg and in the left, in this case, in the lateral side of the tibia. Because as we mentioned before, the tibia is almost all this side of the tibia, that, like when we sculpted these bones, we did quite round, but this should be like quite flat in this area. So we need to, later when we work on our sculpt, we need to consider that. So I will just give a bit of this hint that is a bit flatter in this area. So all in this area in the left of the tibia, we have a set of muscles that most of them, they help to move like the finger, like the toes, and the like different areas of the feet. So for these, there are a lot of muscles here. They are like external and more internal muscles. We'll see the three main ones here that will be, let me write down here. So will be this one here. This is the tibialis anterior. That this one is a big muscle that goes from this area here, from like the head of the fibula all the way until a tendon that connects, if you see, that connects here to the right, like to the internal part of the feet, to the medial part of the feet. So this is this big muscle that we see here, like next to the tibia. Then we have next to it, we have the extensor digitoриum longus. That is this muscle that we see here. That this muscle, what it has particularly, is that connects with the tendons for these 4 toes. So not for the thumb, but only for these other 4. So if you see here, we will connect a tendon to all this muscle. And that's why this muscle is really important. And as you see in the name, we have extensor digitoриum longus, and because we have a longus, we have a brevis, right? But the brevis is around here. So what we will do with the brevis is in this area. So let me remove. Do like this. Let's come to the side view. So these are the extensor digitoриum, like around here. I'm not exactly sure which of them is, but because again, as I told you, there are a lot of these muscles in this area, small muscles. But what we will do is in this area of the feet, as you see, there is like a kind of a curvature here, and you can see in your feet that you have, if you touch this area of your feet, you will have like kind of small muscles there, and that are the extensor digitoриus brevis. And for this one, we'll do just a mass of muscles, and then from there we will put on top of that, we will put the tendons that they go from the extensor digitorius longus to the toes. And then we have in here this one that comes from the head of the fibula all straight until here, and it kind of rotates here in our ankle. And this is, again, all this area is tendon, and this area here, it's the muscle. And that one is called the peroneus longus. And again, as we mentioned before with the other longus, like if there is a longus, there is a brevis, that is this one here. But for that one, we are going to do just one mass of muscle here, and we are not going to go in detail in all these small muscles here. But I think it's worth to mention it. So moving forward, we will move to ZBrush, and we'll start creating all these muscles here. Something else that I forgot to mention is this. We have like kind of a bandage here in this area that this tight, if we see it in the side view, this tightens all the tendons. So that's why we have everything compressed here. And that's something that we will block out also to see like how in this area all the tendons go like this. Now to wrap up the legs, we are missing two main things that are the iliotibial band, that is this tendon that you see here that connects the tensor fascia latae here and the gluteus with here the head of the tibia. So it connects all the way here, and if we see it from the side, is all the way from here and connects here in this area here. And that's really important because when we is this tendon that you see here that connects, let me put this a bit high opacity. So is this tendon that we see here connecting the vastus lateralis with this area. And if we see, for example, here you can see that we see a bit of the hint of that in this area. So what we will do is we will use that as it's a really thin surface. We will try to block it out a bit more like as a mass, but it's important to get right. Sorry, what I define here, this is not the one that I was talking about. This is the one that is connecting here. So in this area here. So that's the iliotibial band. And then the other tendon that we are missing is the tendon that connects the patella with the tuberosity here of the tibia. That is, if we see it in the 3D, it will connect from here to here. So for that also, after that, what we will do is we will see, if you see here, we see here, all these looks like that is all together. And also the other tendon that connects with the iliotibial band is the band of Richer, that is this one here, that in most of the cases when people is really strong and they have like a really strong muscle here, let me show you here, you won't be able to see it. But in people that is like a bit less developed and in a relaxed pose, you might see a bit of this here. So now we will proceed to create the tendons in all, like iliotibial band, the tendon from the patella, and the band of Richer in ZBrush. now that we finalized with the legs, or okay, finalized, we got a nice block out of the legs. As I mentioned before, you can push this like even more forward if you want, but I think for now, this level of detail should be more than enough to understand the anatomy of the body. So for sure, anatomy is something that it never ends. There is always something new to learn and something like more details and everything to add on. And I really encourage you to go with anatomy books and anatomy courses and keep studying this because it's really important. But this level of detail at the moment, I think it's more than enough to start understanding some basics of anatomy to create our art pieces in the future. So what we will move now is we will start creating the arms. So as we did already, we did the torso, with the back, we did all the pelvis area, and we did the legs and a bit of the tendons on the feet. And now we will start creating the arms, and we will start now with the upper arm. And the first thing we will start, the three main muscles of the upper arm are the bicep, that is the main muscle that everyone knows. Behind the biceps, there is a muscle called brachialis. The name brachialis comes, and the same is for the bicep, that the technical name of the bicep is bicep brachii, or brachii, or something like that. I'm not pronouncing it right. But what is important is that in Latin, brachii means arm. So this muscle here, this called brachialis, is what it will be like below the bicep. So the bicep will lay on top of the brachialis that is here. And then we have these other, let me expand our PureRef a bit. Let's expand this so you can see it a bit better. And here we have this other small muscle that it's rare to see it in general, especially in this pose because it's a bit internal, but it's called the coracobrachialis, that it comes from the core process to connecting to the brachialis here. So this is a small muscle that when you lift the arm, we will see there, but in general, we are not going to see it a lot, but we'll create it here. And brachialis, as I mentioned before, and here the bicep that is named bicep because it has two heads, and it connects from here down from the radius and the ulnar here, and it goes all the way until the coracoid process, but one of the heads goes on top of the humerus, here of the head of the humerus, and the other one goes directly here. So we have a long head that is the one in the left, and a short head that is the one in the right. This we are not going to see it because it's hidden behind the deltoid. So this we could model these like just like finalizing the model here, and we won't see here, but it's good to understand that how this is behave and why it connects from here to here, and the function of this muscle. For example, in my case, I had to have a surgery in several places in my shoulder because of a sport injury, and one of the problems was that the connection with the coracoid process was broken, or there was a problem with it. So what they had to do is, honestly, I don't remember which of these two, but one of the heads of the bicep, they had to remove it from the insertion, and they had to attach it in this area here. So in this area here. So I think that is the long head that they basically had to cut here and attach it here. So at the moment, my bicep is not really distinguished really strong, but my bicep starts a bit lower, basically. So instead of starting here, the muscle starts more here because the tendon attached from here instead of attaching from the top. So nothing, just a small story, personal story, but it's good to understand this and how all this work. So, and then the other muscle on the upper arm that we will see is the tricep, that as we mentioned with the bicep, This is a muscle that has three heads, and that's why it's called tricep. And this is a muscle that is in the back of the upper arm. So if you see here, we have these big two masses in the front, and then one that goes behind, let's say more in internal side. And also we have all this tendinous area in this, like just before connecting to the elbow. So we will go to some examples and start showing you like some of this stuff in real life. So for example, as we see, let's check here. Sorry, let's check in this one, for example. We have here the bicep. It comes here. This, let me bring our pen. This, what you see here, this area here, is the brachialis. Okay. And then all this area is tricep. So one important point to consider here, that, for example, when people go to the gym and really train and they make a lot of effort to have really big biceps, something that I learned with time is that what makes an arm like attractive and like look like a big arm and really train, more than the bicep, more than having a massive bicep, is to having a massive tricep. So if you see in all these examples, like when you see people that is really strong and really developed, that the tricep is the one that is big more than the bicep itself. So when you start seeing from the front, you start seeing the tricep here, and you see it here from the back. See how like there is the tricep like takes a lot of the space, and the bicep, yeah, okay, the bicep needs to be big, but if you have like a not so developed bicep but you have a strong tricep, your arm will look strong anyway. And here, going to someone a bit less developed with a bit more age, we can see here how we have the bicep here in this area, and here, as I mentioned before, the coracobrachialis that connects here, and this is what we see in, let's see if we go to the plate, what we see here. So just to consider in case in case you do some character with the arm up or something, it's good to have like this kind of tubular shape in that area. So finishing with this introduction, I think we can jump already to ZBrush and start creating these muscles. Now we'll continue down in our arm, and we will start working on one of the areas of the body that I consider the most complex one, that is the forearm. And I consider it really complex because the amount of muscles that work here, and also because the degrees of movement that the forearms has, right? Because like, as if you can check by yourself, you have like a lot of rotation there, and this is something that we really need to understand how the muscle connect and where each of the muscles go to for later whenever we are posing the character, we can start realizing that and creating the shapes correctly in that way. Especially as I mentioned, for example, with the legs and everything, the degrees of movement in general are more like straight and like just in this direction. So in general, for example, I don't know, the bottom part of the leg, you're not going to rotate it a lot, so it always stays more or less the same. The forearm in particular, like you can rotate it and it will change completely the shape from what you have from this position to the, like if you return the wrist like 90 degrees. So I consider it so complex that I took the time and I wrote in these plates each of the names here, because for you, but also for me, because there are so many muscles that I'm afraid of like missing in any of them or saying the name wrong of any of them. So I'm not the best with memory in names, being honest, so I'm making an effort for this. But here I wrote down everything, and we will have here, I will explain you a bit what are the important points of these muscles and how we're going to group this, that this is the most important thing. Because as you see here, we have a lot of small muscles in the forearm, but we're going to have like different groups that will allow us to define main shapes there and not to focus so much in one by one. So we will start with this plate here in the arm from the side. And as we were coming from the top of the arm, and we talk about the bicep, the tricep, and the brachialis, that is the three muscles on this area that we created before. And so to start going in this direction, we will start talking about the brachioradialis. That is this muscle that comes here. This muscle that comes here, as you see, is this muscle that comes in this direction. That, as the name mentioned it goes from the brachialis until the radius. So that's something that a lot of the names in the forearm is in all the body, but especially in the forearm, are extremely descriptive. So, for example, this one, as we said, is the brachioradialis that goes all the way from the brachialis until the radius. But what is important about this area is that we are going to have a big mass of muscle that will come like this. If you see this area here, all this area, we will consider it one just big mass of muscles. That is a combination. It's a combination between a combination between the brachioradialis and the extensor carpi radialis longus. That is this one here. So as I mentioned before, all these we will consider like a big mass of muscle here. So later I will show you when we start creating this in 3D how it will look. But again, we are not going to think this as a separation here. All this will be a big mass. And then as we have the extensor carpi radialis longus, we have extensor carpi radialis brevis. That is the one here under. That in some cases, some people do it like a bit thinner. In this plate is a bit thicker, but it varies, depends of for sure how developed is the person and what type of movements they did, right? But what is important about these muscles is that, as the mention says, they are extensors and they connect to the carpus. That the carpus are, do you remember when we create the bones here? Is all this area, is the wrist. Okay, all the bones from there. So it connects, all these connects from here, connects with from the radius until the carpus here. So this is important to know. So basically the main thing of this area is that all this is one main mass, and we will consider from there. Then another muscles that we'll see from here, one of the main muscle is the extensor digitorum. That these are really important one that connects from here down and it goes all the way and connects with the tensors of the fingers. So this is a really important muscle to consider. And then in here, in this next to it, we have this one, the extensor digitorum, that connects with all the rest of the fingers. Then we have 2 or 3 special muscles that connect with the tendon of the thumb. So this is important because our thumb has like a different degrees of movement compared with the other fingers, and that's why it has its own set of muscles for this. That these muscles are the abductor pollicis longus, that is this one here, the extensor pollicis longus, that is this one here, and the extensor pollicis brevis, that is one here that you don't see so much, but it comes next to it. So all of these connect with these tendons of the finger, that if you see yourself and you start moving your thumb, you will see that 2 tendons there. So from this view, these are the important muscles to consider. So I will just move to the and the other one that we see here, that we'll see it better in the posterior view, is the anconius. That is one that connects from the head of the radius, connects until here. I don't remember exactly where, but it's I think connects from the head of the radius until the ulnar here. But is one small muscle here that in rare cases we'll see it, but sometimes yes. So we'll move now to the other views, and let's go here to the front one. And here, as we see, this is like if you would have the palm. This is the side of the palm, and in this case we will have another group of muscles that are the flexors. And if we see, let me go again to my pen here, and on all these muscles here that you see here, all these muscles here, we will consider it also like a kind of a big mass. We're going to consider all these all together. That we will consider the flexors of the arm. So we are not going to go like really in detailing each of them, but the most important ones are the flexor carpi radialis and the palmaris longus. And these ones are important because they had really important tendons that you see here. For example, the palmaris longus comes here and connects with all the palm of the hand, and the flexor carpi radialis is this one here and connects to another tendon that goes to the thumb. But what is important about these two is that we see this in the surface. So especially if you close the hand and you make you press something, you will see that in the middle of of your wrist, you will see that you have that tendons there. So this is important to consider, especially in our character that we will do the hand close and he's like holding the axe with kind of strength. We will need to see these tendons there. So, but the important thing of this is that all these will be one mass, and it will be connected, as we said before, to this other mass that is the brachioradialis, that is this one here, and the extensor carpi radialis longus. And then another muscle that connects here is the pronator teres, that it comes all the way here. And do you remember when we talk about the bicep, we had this kind of tendon or band that comes here. This goes on top, and in general we don't see it, but it's something to consider that is there, because in some cases we can see a bit of a hint of this. And something that we need to consider is that in this area here, it tends to be a bit flatter than this bulk of muscle here. Then we will proceed to let me fix this, and we'll proceed to the back view, where here we can see, as you see here, sorry, let me make this a bit bigger. If you see here, this area, let me draw it, this line here, this is the ulnar, right? So we see this bone here. And what is important here is we have this is a mass of muscles, but this gets a bit more defined than the rest. Here, these three muscles that we see here are the extensor digitorum, that is this big one here, this that we see here, that this has also is really important because, let me remove my drawings. This is really important because it connects with the fingers, with the tendons from the fingers. So these are really important muscle for us, and this is something that gets quite strong in general. Like you can really see a division here. Next to it, we have the extensor digitorum minimi, that is the one that connects with the pinky finger. So it has like a special one for it. And in my case, for example, when I drink a beer or a coffee, always, I don't know why, my pinky stays up, and might be because of something of that. Maybe I need to train it a bit better or something. I'm not sure. And then we have, next to it, we have the extensor carpi ulnaris, that as the name mentioned, it goes from the ulnar until the carpo. And it's important that these areas I mentioned, even if we consider these a group of muscles, here we will see some division here. We will see it later in some examples, but here is something that, especially if you are holding something or making some strength or some weird movement with the wrist, you will start seeing all this group like a bit divided. And then the other muscles that we mentioned before, it was the ancaneus, that is this one here, and the extensor carpi ulnaris, that goes all the way from the ulnar and is in all this area here, and is a pretty big muscle compared with the rest of the muscles of the forearm. So, and then, then we will see a bit more in detail the hand. But what is important is that all these muscles, what they do is like they control the hand basically. So we need to consider when we create these muscles, is not only the muscle itself, but also the tendons that will go to the fingers. Okay, so we'll take a look at that later. And now I will go to some examples here. Sorry for my forget this stuck there. So here, as we were talking about, like this is the bulk of muscles that we were talking. That if we see here, let me bring our example here. So if we see here, this is the big bulk of muscles that we were talking with the brachioradialis, extensor carpi radialis longus, and extensor carpi radialis brevis. And this area here, if we see here, is the abductor pollicis longus, extensor pollicis longus, and the extensor pollicis brevis here under. So, and here, for example, you start seeing some hint of that, of the tendons there. So let me see if we have another example here. For example, here, let me go here. Here we see some of the examples, as we said before, of these muscles from here, that are the extensor digitoriums, and extensor digitorium and extensor digitorium minimi. As you see here, for example, this is the extensor digitorium here, and this is the extensor digitorium minimi. And here we have this big one that is the extensor carpi ulnaris that we see here. So some important points from there. Now we'll move up to ZBrush and we'll start creating these. And sorry, before that, another important point is that we have some of these graphs here that shows how it changed the distribution of the muscles of the forearm when we rotate this. So at the moment we are in this pose here, but later we will like to pose our character. We will pose it with the arm like in a more relaxed pose like this. So we will need to consider the rotation of the ulnar and the radio to place all these muscles later. So just to consider that, but let's jump in ZBrush and let's start creating these muscles. And now the last part of the body that we will talk about in this course is the hand. So if I zoom in here, you will see that at the moment we have in the hand is we have a bunch of bones here. We have the metacarpals, the phalanges, the carpals here that make the wrist. And as we talked before in our previous video, we have a lot of tendons going in. So what we are missing here are the muscles. The thing with the muscles of the hand is that there are a lot of small muscles that we are not going to go in detail on the name of each of them, but we will divide it in 3 areas. If I come here to my pure ref, let me make this a bit bigger. And we'll divide it in three areas here, the hand. One that is called the tenar group, that is the abductor pollicis, flexor pollicis, and brevis opponent pollicis. They're all the muscles that are between the first phalange, the first metacarpal, and the carpal of the metacarpal of the thumb. That is this area here. That if we see here is all this area, have you see in this area here. So it's this bunch of muscles here. Then we have the hypotenar group, that you have the abductor digiti minimi, flexor digiti minimi, opponens digitis minimi, and palmaris brevis, that are the ones that are in the palm of the hand. Oh, let me go back here. That are the one in the palm of the hand. There we go. Yeah, here. That they're the one in the palm of the hand. That if we come here, are these muscles that are in this area here. And then we have the metacarpal group, that is all these small muscles that we will have between these metacarpals. That it will be these muscles that we see here. Okay? So again, as I mentioned before, this is not something that we need to know exactly the names of everything and stuff. But with the hand, apart from blocking out the muscles that we will do it now in ZBrush, what is important is to look at a lot of references. So we have our hands like next to us all the time. So as I mentioned before, the hand is one of the most difficult part of the body, and they say that it's one of the nightmares of the artist, right? Because it's really difficult to get them right, especially because like there's so many degrees of movement that like it changes all the time, constantly. And we have all the tendons that go around. So it's kind of difficult to predict with our memory only how we will behave. So what I recommend you is to search to look for a lot of references and look at your hand all the time. In our case, what I did for this lesson is I just took a bunch of pictures of my hand. And as you see here in different positions and stuff, and see how the hand changed and how the surface is changed completely. And here I took these pictures to show you like in this area where we see this group of muscles that we talk about. So if we go to the palm, we have, as we talk about this tenar group, again, hypotenar group and metacarpal group. Again, I'm not going to go in detail in this because I don't care so much about the names on this. But we have this area here that we have like this big bulge of muscle here that we have like in the base of the thumb in the palmar area. And then we have in the right, we have another muscle here that is the ones that control the minimi, the pinky finger, right? So, but what we see is that from here, we have all this tendon. If we come to this area here, we have all this tendinous like plate here that is connected to our palmaris longus here. So if we come here, you can start seeing how in this area we have these tendons that come like this. And if you close the hand and you get like, you make a lot of strands here, you will see here that we have these two tendons here that they're really important to get right in when we sculpted it. And also there is one more tendon here that connects here. So this is one of the most important things to consider in the palm. The other thing is that all this area here, we have this like between the knuckles, let's say, of the fingers, we have like small fat components here, and all the finger is all tendon, right? So if you see here is all tendon here, and then whatever is happening, like whatever we close the fingers and everything, it comes everything from the palm and from the forearm, right? So this is kind of like if you would pull a rope here, and this will just bend because you pull the rope here, not because you are making a strength with here muscle, right? I hope I explained myself. But in the matter of sculpting, what is important is to consider this stuff. Like we have one volume of muscle here, one volume of muscle here, and the other volume of muscle that we see, because the other one is between the metacarpals, that we are not going to see it. We just need to consider that it's there, but we are not going to see it in the surface, is this area here between the first metacarpal and the thumb, the second metacarpal, sorry, and the thumb, that we have this muscle here, that depending on the position of our hand, we will see this bulge that we see here. And this is a muscle that controls this finger here. So if you are making, let's see, if I show you here, when you straight this and you try to pull it like outside, you will get this bulge here. So for example, if someone is like with the hand in a gun or something, you need to see a bit of this because it's making like an effort with this one, right? So this is something important to know. And then the other points that we saw in our previous lessons is that we can see it here in our references, is these two tendons that connect here, and this depression that we have here, that's important also to get right. Especially when we have, for example, some like the hand closed and stuff like that, we need to get these tendons there. And on the top of the hand, we have these three tendons that connect here, and then the one on the pinky that it goes like a bit more in the left, let's say, left or right, in the lateral side. Then there is like here, there are like some connector tendons between these that we don't see so strong, but these are the ones that we need to consider. So a lot of people mislead these with thinking that they are the bones, but no, these are the tendons. Then when we close the hand, we start to see a bit on the surface the bones and the tendons on top. So this is something that is really important to see. Take it good reference for this. And in my case, I have like a bony hand, so you can see all these details here. That's why I took pictures of my own hand for this. But it's important to get these things right. Then what else here? Well, again, if we have this open, we need to consider like how this tendon goes all around the fingers and how they all merge in the middle here. And we have this tendinous band that we can see here that covers, and it's kind of a belt that ties all the tendons there. So this is important to consider. Then another important thing is when we have the hand closed, that we will see it later, especially in our character, that we will have it with the hand closed, that the knuckles, they get this shape of the knuckles is really important when we close the hand, that we will see it later. But then how the skin like bends here, and we have this shape and this angle. So, and I think that's it for now. I will share with you like these pictures in the group, like if you want to take as reference and start learning these. And it will be amazing if you can like in Photoshop or with a pen or something to define like all these tendons, where they go and stuff. And I think that would be a nice exercise to start understanding the hand and how it behaves in general. So after finishing with this introduction, I think I will move to ZBrush and I will start creating just these muscles to start finalizing with our blockout crochet. As I mentioned before, this is just for blockout and it's just a learning and teaching process for you. So it's not aiming to be a really defined and polished crochet. It's more a matter of understanding like where everything connects and where everything goes, and more or less the sense of every muscle in the body. So I hope it was helpful. Yeah, let's finish now with the hand. What I did just now, if you didn't know, like coming back here, is that I use C modeler. So if you do BCM here, you can go to C modeler, that it gives you different options. This is kind of poly modeling, where you in this kind of organic character we are not going to see it. We most probably see it when we start creating assets and stuff like that in our next courses. But just an introduction here, basically you control the C modeler pressing H, and here it depends of if you are selecting a edge, you are selecting a vertex, or you are selecting a face. The options will be different. So you need to keep pressing and space bar, and then here you can select, for example, what do you want to do. For example, in this case, you want to delete, and you want to, sorry, if you're in a face, for example, you want to delete, and here it gives you the option. If you want to delete the poly loop, you want to delete all the polygons, if you want to delete all quads, for example, or just the face and stuff. So, for example, in our case, what we want to do is we deleted the top faces. Now, by deleting, like we chose here when we were in the edge. Let me select an edge here. When we were in the vertex, we would delete it and point, and it deleted all the face there. So, but now what we want to do is to delete some of these edge loops here. So I would press in the edge, I would press space bar, put delete, and edge loop complete. So now each time I select this, it will delete the entire poly loop. So now that we have this band here. What we want to do this at the moment is like really thin, right? Like we have only, it's flat. We have only one face. So what we want to do is to give thickness to this. So for this, we will come here to geometry and dynamic subdiv, and then we press dynamic. And here we will go to thickness, and we'll give a bit of thickness to this. And whatever you see now in this subdiv model, dynamic subdivision, all these won't be, this is not real. This is like a preview of how it will look. And then we will need to check apply to select it. But so for now, what we will do is we will come here. I will remove my dynamic in our brush. That C modeler asked me for that. But if you let me, there we go. And once we are more or less happy with this, again, this is just to place it here, doesn't need to be super precise. This will be always covered with skin stuff. We're not going to see this band itself in the surface, so I don't mind it so much. We'll come here, we'll press apply, and now we'll have this as a mesh. So come here, and then I will come to the geometry and press here the paint. So have everything painted white here as the tendon. So now we are good to go with our block out of the crochet. As you see here, and as I mentioned before, this is not aiming to be like a perfect crochet. This is more for us to learn and understand all the bony system and the muscle system of the body. And then whenever we start creating any of this part of the body, we will remember this and we will know more or less where we need to place the muscles. But always for sure, we need to look at reference, because that's really important. So whenever we create something, but the good thing is from now on, when we take a look at references, we'll know what are we looking at. So if we see something that goes like protrudes somewhere or goes inside, we know why it's there, and if the arm moves or whatever, how the position will change. So for now, as an exercise, I would want you to take this model. I will share with you this model, and as we did with the skeleton, and I want you to place to rename each of these elements. So if we see here in the right, I want you to rename all of these, all the bones and all the muscles of the body, and that will give you like a nice exercise to start remembering the names. Even if I keep saying that it's not essential to know the names, but it's helpful if you are, for example, in a meeting or something and they tell you, oh, like you need to remove this, and it's like, oh no, but that bulge is because of the soleus is there, so you shouldn't remove it. So it will give you a bit more of credibility, even as I say, it's not essential, and you can live and be a great artist without knowing the names. And even like I'm sure a lot of artists, a lot of great artists, they don't know one name of each of these muscles, but it's a good exercise to do and nice to have. And then it would be amazing if you can create this by yourself before moving forward. I understand that this is a lot of work, but it's really a good exercise, and I'm sure you will learn a lot doing it. In this lesson, now that we have our character in let's say all the secondary shapes are more or less in place, I could still keep working on this, like adding more details to the hands, to the feet and everything. But for the sake of this tutorial and considering from how far this character will be rendered, like I think with this we're in a good position. But anyway, I encourage you to keep working on this and keep going more in details, like looking at references and going with the same techniques that we see until now to keep going a bit deeper. So now what we will do is, like, if you can see here, we see that from the front view it looks quite okay, looks nice. From the side view looks nice, from the back view looks nice. But we are getting something that when we look at this character in diagonal, like when he's like more or less in the pose, let's say that it would be like he looks too stiff at the moment. And this is because like the pose is too stiff. And I keep let me go here. I keep saying about the curvature of the body, right? And he's okay. His pose is okay for like kind of what we did before, right? The crochet or something like that, and some reference that we gather, like the characters, they stand a bit too straight and stuff. But this is a pose that you usually are not standing like that. So I would want to get, and also like following our reference, I want to get him in a more relaxed pose now. So we have that feeling that he's standing more naturally, right? And he's not like trying to get all the muscles like and really straight position. So for this, what we will do is basically, as you see here, he has in our case, he has like kind of blow up the chest. So he has the chest forward. But in our character, he has like the chest like a bit more laying back. And as you see, our abs and chest and abs, they are all in the same line at the moment. So what we want now is to start pushing these to this side and get a kind of a curvature here. Okay? So, and with this, he in this pose, he has a bit the center of the body, like the hips are like a bit more forward, let's say, and he has like if he had the back a bit bended forward, right? So we will now, just using the move tool and maybe masking and moving things around, I will start getting this still with symmetry. We're still not breaking symmetry. We'll break symmetry after this, and we'll start, for example, working on the apps with asymmetry and adding some of stuff. But I want to get a symmetrical mesh for when we go to texturing. So for this, we will start in our next video. I will jump here and I will start again as a time lapse to not waste your time, because this is a process that takes time in general. I will start moving things around to get this pose a bit better and a bit more relaxed. So for Spotlight, what we need to do here is then you can turn it on and off here. So if you press here, if you see, for example, when I come here, if you set turn on Spotlight, Shift C. So if we come here and we press Shift C, you can turn it on and off. So you can keep working without problem. Because this thing that we did with the brush, that we had to go to brush, here samples and spotlight projection, we might need to do it for every single brush that we are sculpting. So it's better later like to use this as a reference here, and then while we are creating stuff, we just like when we start creating all the rest of the details and everything, we just turn it off and we are out and we keep sculpting like this. So now what we need to do is to export this mesh that we have here and to have it as a reference in our new ZBrush file that we'll create to create the body from this character. So the problem we have here is that all these elements are separate, right? So for example, if we come here, like all these are separate elements. So if we need to import one by one, would be a bit of a headache. So for this, what we will do, we have two options. Or we could export this as an OBJ and import it back. That would do the trick. But as we have it here in ZBrush, what we will do is we will come here and we will go to Subtool and then Merge Visible. What Merge Visible does is that it keeps your file how it is. So if you see here, we still have all the elements here. It didn't do anything in this subtool, in this tool. But what it did is like it created a new tool with the merge file. This is great because like you don't need to worry of losing all what you did before. But now we have here like this. Another important thing is that when you press Ctrl F here, you can see that this made a lot of new polygroups. So each of the subtools gets in a different polygroup. So this is quite handy in case we want to like hide or isolate some stuff, right? So, but anyway, for us, we are not going to go in detail in the crochet anymore. Like we will just keep this next to our file to get like the scale right and the reference, like as a reference. So for this, now that we have our merged file here, we'll come to any of these shapes. Let's come to a sphere here. Doesn't matter which. And then I will come here. I will come to import. And I will select here, in my case, the realistic face, retopo, subdivision free. And you can choose any of them. I just choose subdivision free because I would like to see some of the details, but you can choose like a bit of higher resolution and lower resolution. Again, this will be just for scale because what we will focus now is to create all the rest of the body. So if we come here, let me remove this from here and give like a gray scale, but I like to work more in gray here. And here, instead of importing our mesh, like the crochet, what I would do is I will come here to append, and I can select here the other active tools that we see here on top. So we come here, press append, and now we have our crochet here. So as we see, there is not really in scale. So I will do two things now. I want to keep knowing what's the floor here. So you could press here the floor, and then when we are here, I will come and we'll come here and make our crochet a bit smaller. Sorry. As you see, when I do this, the floor keeps moving, right? And I don't want that because I want to keep the floor like the scale of the floor how it was in our original one. So what I will do here is I will come here, I will append another let's say a plane. I will rotate it. So pressing shift, sorry, I'm in the wrong tool here. Pressing shift will rotate it 90 degrees. And then I will come here and I will put it more or less in the floor. It doesn't need to be exact, but I think we are good. Okay, and we keep this as a reference to scaling this. And now that I have this one, I select it here. I will keep it visible, and then I will scale it until I will scale it. Sorry, I think something was masked there. I will scale it until we have it more or less in the shape of this guy. So we come here. Went a bit too small there. So we come here and scale it more or less down here. So now that we have both meshes here, I will come and take our realistic head here, and I will scale it more or less to match our crochet. So we have it more or less in scale, because as we said, our crochet is more or less 1 meter 80, let's say 1 meter 85, and this guy looks like he's kind of a tall guy. So if we would keep our head how it is, it looks that it's quite small, and it's good to have the things in proper scale. So I will come here and scale this guy up to more or less. I'm not going to move it down, and I will come here, and I think we should be okay with this. Check. So if we come here, yeah, more or less this is okay. See, more or less here we match the trapezius here, more or less the clavicle. Then we will adjust all this, but the head, the cranium works more or less okay. So there we go. Now we have our head in the right position. Sorry, it's auto-saving at the moment. And now we will keep, as I mentioned, this guy just as a reference, and the head also will keep it as a reference for the rest of the body, and we will create the body separate, and we will keep all the time these two meshes separate. When we do a topology, we'll try to get the loops to match more or less in position, but we will keep these as two different meshes almost on the entire workflow. So as we have here this collar, this necklace here, we can keep the seam around this area. That's what we did. Like, that's why if you see here, we have this space like this. So, but while creating the body, while creating the sculpt in ZBrush, we'll block out the head also, and we'll do the entire thing like just soft, and then like without any detail on the head, but it will be a block out. And then when we do the retopology, we'll retopo only until this part. Now that we have the head in position and in the proper scale, I will come here, hide our reference from the crochet, come with this guy, and I will append a sphere here. Select the sphere and start creating the body, a block out of the body with this guy. And then what we will do for now is we'll merge these two with a Dynamesh later, and then we will keep working on the entire character with the head there. So, but for now, we'll start working the block out just from the body. So let's come here. I will do a quick Dynamesh with a bit lower resolution. I will apply symmetry, and then slowly I will start pushing things around to get more or less the proportions right. Come here. And as we mentioned before, we need to think about what we saw before about like the egg shape here of the thoracic cage. And something that we will see different now is that we are not going to have the same pose as our écrochet. Like we will have a pose that is a bit more with the shoulders forward and a bit more relaxed pose, because he's not like our écrochet that has the chest forward. So we will need to, even if we keep this as reference, we are not going to follow exactly this. So we need to consider the position of his body while doing this. So for this, as you see, like I'm using this kind of egg shape at the moment until the pubis here, and we will come here, hide this guy again, and come like this. So as I told you, like we come like this, we see this, the shape of the torso like this, and with just the move brush, I will start getting go. Come here. Come this. I will add here with my clay buildup. I will add a bit of volume for the glutes. Again, this is a block out for now, and I do everything quite rough at the moment. Come here, I will try to keep this line more or less to think that is where the abs finish at this point. I will do a Dynamesh, and then I will select here. I will mask this out. I'll mask this. Like a good mask there. Invert it, and then come here and bring this. So, and consider from here more or less 2 heads until the knee. And come here, I will give a bit of a tilt there. Then I will go out, Dynamesh again. We see here, now we have all more even topology, and then I will come again, mask this area. First of all, I will smooth things out a bit and add, no, I don't want that, add a bit of volume here. So just smooth to just give a bit of roundness to this. Then we'll start adding all the proper muscles and everything. Come here. And just as I mentioned, the only thing we are doing now is blocking out the proportions. And we come here, we come onto the floor. I will bend this so we have a notion of where the knee will be. And I will come reduce this again. Mask again this. I will Dynamesh. Mask again this and extrude the fits. This looks horrible at the moment, but it's just, again, as I mentioned, it's just a block out. And then we'll go a bit more in detail on all this. Then for this, we will start giving a bit more volume here to the sides. So to consider like the latimus dorsi that we talked before, and this kind of V shape that has the body and this area of the man. And then at this point we'll come here and we'll push this a bit up so it match this area and start giving a bit of volume here. And once we're here, again, the same that I did with the glutes, I will add a bit of volume for the shoulders. There we go. Kind of creating the joint here. I will overdo it a bit and then I might pull it back, but I want to have this space here to pull the arms down, right? So again, at Dynamesh, I will smooth things a bit, and then when I come here, again, mask here again, mask here again, invert it and push down. I went a bit too wide, as I can see, but it's okay. I'll fix this now. This, open this a bit more. And for this, I will keep the elbow a bit down. As you see here, the height of the elbow is more or less at this point. So I will keep it a bit higher because at the moment my scale is a bit wrong because I extrude everything. But I will come here and push things around. I will Dynamesh again. At this part of the process, it's important to keep Dynameshing. Smooth things around like this. Then we will get all this more in scale. But at the moment, I come here, mask again, invert the mask, and push this down here. Move it outside. So yeah, this looks pretty crappy at the moment, but no worries. It will end looking good. So we come here, and at the moment we have this. I will Dynamesh again, and then come here. I will go to brush inflate. We'll inflate this a bit, so have a bit more volume, and I might use this as a hand. So if I come here, we'll reduce the intensity of my clay buildup, and come here and push our hand. The thing is, we want to do a position. I will explain you better, but we want our hand to be a bit in the side and not from the front, so we'll get the hand like this. Here, we see we'll do the hand a bit bigger. And for this, we will get this guy like this, and a bit of this volume. I will start to get this kind of X shape that we talk about. But again, as he has a pose that, if you see there is a curvature in this way, we will, with time, we will start getting that pose a bit more clear. So he has like the pelvis a bit forward, and then he has like the chest, and then the ab muscles comes like in this way. So come to shape this, and then the other important thing that we will see later is that the shoulder muscles, they go a bit forward. We'll go a bit more in detail on that later. But so for now, we just blocked more or less the proportions here. These will change a lot, but now we will move in our next video, and I will start sculpting on top and start defining the main bone linear marks and defining properly the proportions and everything, right? Another thing that we will bring now as reference is, as most probably when you work, you are not always going to have like an crochet as a reference. What we can do here is, and you could do it with any character that you create, is we will append cube, for example, and then I will come here and import our heads stack that we had. And as you see here, the head stack is like really, really small. So, but that doesn't matter because we will come here and we will push it up and make it fit with our head. More or less, doesn't need to be super precise, but okay, we need to have the height of the head there and go until the floor. So we have here, more or less goes until the floor, and we'll keep it here in the side as reference. As we were saying, for example, that we have the chest that goes, the end of the sternum that goes like 2 heads down and stuff like that. So we'll keep these in the side just to see once in a while the proportions. Another option that you have if you want to check proportions is that, let me hide this, come to our guy here, is that, sorry, I keep showing this, that looks horrible, and just this, but you will see that with time it will start getting shape. But another option here is that if we come here to our, where is this? Sorry, let's keep this to the autosave. We go to preferences and come here to the transpose. We can change and transpose units. When we press the move gizmo, you have the option of having the gizmo or having the old transpose tool that we saw in our previous course, but I will repeat it here. So these allow us to scale, to move things around, to scale things around, and to rotate. So, but this one also, it can work as a measuring thing. So, for example, in our case, what we could do is we could come here and I will come, let's come to the head. So I show you something. So we come here, I will press the move. And then when we have the transpose, I will press the transpose here from this line. I will press shift to keep it straight until here. And once we are here, this we consider one unit, right? And we need to check and we need to count the 8 heads. So we come here to preferences. And here in calibration distance, we can press 1, enter. And you will see that now, this from here to here, it has 1 unit or 10 units, right? Like it comes from here, 1, 2, 3. So if I come here and I do like this, you will see that here we will have 1 head. So if I come here, I come again, and this, I think I did it, there we go, I will do it again. Preferences, come here, press 1, and there we go. So now what I will do is I will come here, let's say that we didn't have this one. I would come here, select here, and come like this, and then I would have let's do it again. I will come from the top, come here, 1 head. So this is 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7.5 heads. And there we go. So now here we would have the height of our character, right? If we would have the head. So if we start creating just a sphere and we want to get more or less the scale right, I think this is a good way to do it. And then as we mentioned before, it's like we have until here the line. Let me unhide this. So here we have the line, and for example, if I come here we can come, for example, with our dump standard and say, okay, if we have our tool here, we said that here in this point we have the end of the sternum here, so where the chest is and the pecs are. Then here we will have the belly button here, and then here the end of like what would be the testicles in this case. And then from here up, it would be, we could do the same, and we could take here, go up, and we will have that 2 heads is the knee. So we have here more as the knee, and then 1, 2, and then 4 heads is here. So I think we need to push this thing down a bit, but this is more or less what would help us get the right proportions. So If we come here, I will go out from here, and we will start now just sculpting on top of this and getting the proportions of everything a bit better. So now what we will proceed to do is to start free sculpting this guy. So we are not going to go in detail on like trying to match him exactly, but we'll take him as a reference and start sculpting the muscles and the proportions to start making this guy look like a human. Right? At the moment we just block out the proportion really rough, and now we need to start getting like a bit deeper and getting the shapes and the primary forms right. Then later we will bring our real human reference that we have separated there, and we will bring it here, and we'll start matching, trying to match that in some moment. But for now, I will just do a time lapse, and I will sculpt for some time and try to get this as to start to look as a human. And once in a while, I will be checking our reference here, like with the crochet that we did, to start getting like again the proportions right and the muscles and everything the muscles and the body landmarks that we discussed before while doing the crochet. So I'm not going to bore you much more with talking, and I will start sculpting. So the main brushes that I will be using, it will be the standard brush, clay buildup, move brush, and dump standard, and not much more than that for now. Then later when we jump and we start getting a bit more details, I will come back and we will talk a bit more of what we are doing. But for now, again, it will be like mainly with, I will start blocking out everything with the move brush and with our clay buildup, and from then on we'll start getting things ready.